Good afternoon, everybody. Just getting started with our 2 p.m. time slot. In accordance with Section 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. We acknowledge the land we're meeting on is a traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat people, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx. The meetings are also streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may watch on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, or telephone and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted on entry. When your item is called, you'll be unmuted by the moderator. We ask that you mute your devices until you're called on to speak. Those participating by video appearance will temporarily be upgraded to panelist when your item is being held. During that time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times, you will be disabled and reinstated as attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. People attending in person today who want to receive a copy of the decision of the committee must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually will need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure you include your name, address, and your email address because the Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB Toronto Local Appeal Body will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights of third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons, and public bodies, as those terms are defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustment. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. For the procedure this afternoon, I'll call each item listed in order on the agenda. When your application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, I will let you know. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and your address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The agent or applicant will proceed first. They'll make a presentation to the committee. Again, we're not going to entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. If they have been substantially revised, we may defer the application to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they finish their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by other speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion. The application will then be taken into committee for a decision. Okay, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, I believe we dealt with all of the minutes and files to close in the morning session. Do we have any declarations of interest, panel or staff this afternoon?
Not from staff.
Panel members? Okay. All right, and no other matters, no other housekeeping matters, I presume?
Just deferrals.
Just deferrals. Okay. Deferral requests.
Yep, Mr. Chair, through you, we have 2 in a 2 p.m. time slot, number 19 and number 22.
All right. And
19 is OAKBURN.
okay. Let's deal with the deferral requests, get them out of the way before we start our 2 p.m. slot. So moment here. We'll just get the agent or applicant ready for item number 19 as I get my file open here. All right. File number 19, property address number 2 to 12 OAKBURN Crescent. Purpose of the application is a revised proposal consisting of a series of minor changes to Building B of the OAKBURN North development, increasing height to Building B and increasing the number of units and GFA, as well as reducing visitor parking spaces. Variances are related to the purpose I just outlined, including GFA, number of dwelling units, height, building envelope, and parking spaces. On file material from the applicant, correspondence with transportation, email from community planning, 2 letters of objection from 103 Avondale and 79 Avondale, and other area residents. We have our agent with us.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Simran Badi. I'm an urban planner with Bousfields here on behalf of the owner. Our address is 3 Church Street, Suite 200, postal code M5E1M2.
All right, and you're requesting a deferral today?
That's correct, Chair and members. I'm happy to walk you through the basis for the deferral if it would be helpful.
Yes, I'd like to know why you're requesting deferral.
Sure. So as you mentioned, the site has zoning approval in place for 2 buildings. We're seeking, the application is seeking a 5-meter height increase for one of those 2 buildings. And so the reason for the deferral is because that 5-meter height increase needs to be tweaked further quite slightly by an additional 1.8 meters. And that's related to the project now seeking CMHC financing, which requires certain environmental standards to be met and certain mechanical equipment associated with those environmental standards to be accommodated. So the deferral will essentially allow updated materials to be submitted and reviewed and allow an updated notice to be circulated. I'll also note that there is a secondary reason for the deferral, which is we met with Councillor Lily Chang last week, and she requested that the applicant have a meeting with the neighbors, including the neighbors who submitted those opposition letters you mentioned, prior to this matter being heard by the committee. And so this deferral will provide the opportunity for that meeting to happen. Should this deferral be granted, I'm optimistic we will be in a position to return to a hearing in March or perhaps shortly thereafter. Happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, very good. Thank you. Anybody here in the gallery to speak to this item? No? Okay, and staff, nobody else online. All right, members, any questions? None. Okay, let's move this into committee. Who would like to, Mr. Maggiari?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, I forward a motion to defer this application so the applicant has more time to discuss the matter with neighborhood and also make resubmissions as he explained.
All right, do I have a seconder for that motion of deferral? Mr. Nipfil, all in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. We have a deferral request approved. Okay, we have another item, number
22.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer. Number 22, the address is 3 Mason Boulevard. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing 2-story dwelling with expansions in the front and side yard and to construct a 3rd story. Before us, we have a total of 13 variances. Just opening my file here. Porch encroachment into a front yard setback, front stair width, front yard soft landscaping, vehicular entrance, height, driveway width, building height, side main wall height, number of stories, front yard setback, rear yard setback, north side yard setback, south side yard setback, and building length. On file material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, memo from TRCA requesting a deferral. I see correspondence with TTC, as well as a letter of objection from number 5, 11, and 11 Mason Boulevard, and a report from Community Planning. We have our agent with us.
Good afternoon. Mr. Chairman and committee members, my name is Sarvanaz Nazem from Lauren Rose Architects. The reason for this deferral is that deferral was requested by TRCA.
All right, very good. Okay, we have another speaker on this item. Let's get them on.
Hello,
Hello.
how are you? This is 5 Mason. I'm the son to the family, and we are concerned about the side setback that is adjacent to our property. We
All
are
right,
the
before you
north-
get going, let's get your name.
My first name is Amin, A-M-I-N, and last name is Tavakkoli, T-A-V-A-K-O-L-I.
All right, and you're from number 5 Mason Boulevard, which I presume is the immediate neighbor.
Correct.
All right, sir, we have a request for deferral, the application to another date. Do you have any comments with respect to the request for deferral?
To what date?
We don't have a date. It'll be deferred to, it'll just be deferred. When the applicant is ready to reapply, they will come back and provide their material, and they will be given another date, at which time proper notice will be recirculated to both yourself and your neighbors.
Okay, I guess we have no other choice.
Well, you have, this is an opportunity for you to comment on whether or not you support the request for deferral. You've heard that the applicant is deferring the application because out of a request that came out of the TRCA. If you have any comment, perhaps with respect to the deferral, I mean, you're more than permitted to make it. It's not a guarantee, the deferral.
Can I put mute on for 1 second? I just have to ask my mom, who's the owner of the property.
Sure. I may say this, it may provide an opportunity if the item is deferred for you to have further discussions with the neighbor and maybe come to an agreement or a consensus over some of the concerns.
Okay, it will be very quick.
All
Just
right,
10
very,
seconds, okay?
very, very quick, all right. All right, sir, just checking back with you.
We're good with the deferral.
All right, thank you very much. I'll mention to the applicant, they may wish to, and I know they're listening now, they may wish to reach out to you and have a discussion prior to coming back to committee in hopes that maybe we can resolve some of the concerns that are before us.
Absolutely, thank you.
All right. Okay, let's go back to our, Mr. Nipfel.
Mr. Chairman, should we ask the applicant if he's received the planning report, which we got as an added item?
Sure, yes. Let's go back to our agent. Sir, Mr. Nipfel, my colleague asked if you are aware of the planning report that came in on this property.
Yes, and in regards to the neighbor, we actually tried so many times to reach out to them and they did not respond. So we did want to settle with them, but unfortunately they never responded. But now that it's been, it's going to get deferred, we'll look at all the, everything together and we'll show up again at committee later.
All right, fair enough. It was noted earlier in the morning session that the AIC has been down recently. I would recommend that you take a look at the file. We have a report from community planning recommending refusal of the application. So in addition, if the deferral request were granted, my recommendation for that, to support the deferral would also be to have some discussion with community planning and again, see
Absolutely.
if you understand. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very
Thank you so
well.
much.
Members, any questions? Okay, let's take this into committee. Mr. Nitfield, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move deferral of the application to allow the applicant to meet with TRCA about their concerns and as well the planning department with regard to the concerns that they have.
All right. If I may add also a friendly addition, they have a discussion with the immediate.
5 Mason.
Oh.
5 Mason.
You did say it.
I didn't say that, no.
Oh, number 5 Mason, yeah. They would give him an opportunity to have a quick chat with the immediate neighbor as well. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Nitfield. We have a motion on the floor, second by Mr. Marziari. All in favor of that deferral motion? Okay, that's unanimous. The deferral request is granted. All right, we'll hopefully see you back here in a couple weeks or months. Okay, we'll just jump to our first item of our 2 p.m. time slot. Item number 15, 111 Bridgeland Avenue. The purpose of the application is to remove a portion of the existing commercial building and construct a new showroom to facilitate the conversion of a new automotive retail sales and service facility. This application was previously deferred on October 24th of 2024. One variance before us to reduce the number of parking spaces. On file material from the applicant, a memo from transportation, and a memo from community planning. We have our agent with us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of committee. My name is Michael Mathis. I'm a urban planner with SVN Architects and Planners here representing the owner. I would also like to request a deferral of the application.
Sure. Before you do that, let me get your address for the record, please.
Our business address is 110 Adelaide Street East,
All right. So
Toronto, Ontario.
Okay. I presume you've seen the community planning report.
We have, and I'm afraid that's actually not the reason for the request for our deferral.
Okay.
We've received a similar report from city planning previously when my client brought an application before the committee back in October. We've done some subsequent work and addressed concerns that were raised at that time from transportation planning staff. We haven't been able to assuage the concerns of city planning staff, but we will ask this committee to make a decision nevertheless. But I can't ask you to do so today. It's come to my attention that we didn't post the physical notice, the sign on the property 10 days in advance. So we're not meeting the requirements of the Planning Act. So on that basis, I'm afraid I need to request a deferral.
All right. Very good. No other speakers on this item. Nobody here to speak to it. Okay. Members, any questions? All right. Let's take this into committee. Mr. Maggiari.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to forward a motion to defer this application as per applicant's request to allow time to post the notice, 10 days.
All right. Seconder. Second by Ms. Klein. All in favor of that deferral request? That's unanimous. That deferral request is approved. All right. Item number 16, 2851 Yonge Street. The purpose of the application is to seek amendment to a previously approved 7-story mid-rise building to increase the number of units, the height, and gross floor area, modify building setbacks, and decrease the number of parking spaces. This application was previously deferred on August 28th of last year. Number of variances before us in response to the site-specific approval. All those variances noted in the purpose of the application. On file, we have material from the applicant, as well as a late report from community planning. And I also see some correspondence with transportation services. And we've got our agent in person. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is Tony Volpentesta. I'm a partner with Bousfields and a registered professional planner. We are the planning consultants and the applicant in this, with regard to this matter. We've reviewed the supportive city planning report dated February 3rd and associated conditions. The applicant is satisfied with the proposed condition should the committee approve the application. I do intend to make a presentation today.
Yeah, I mean, just given the nature of the application, I mean, we're not talking about a small porch enclosure. Is a considerable amount of area. I'm going to ask for a presentation from you whenever you're ready, sir.
I'm ready, sir.
All right.
Okay, so I'll start by noting that there have been a number of letters of objection to the application. Throughout my presentation, I'll speak to those matters, including height, privacy, and setbacks. If I could ask thank you, to skip to slide 3. Let me talk first about the surrounding context. In terms of the adjacent context itself, there's apartments to the south and north, as well as low-rise dwellings to the rear, where residents have raised concerns. The two properties that immediately abut the subject site are 22 and 24 Glengrove. These properties owners both submitted letters of concern. The existing detached dwellings are afforded access to rear garages and parking pads from a private driveway off Glengrove East. If you can turn to the next slide, please. The site is currently occupied by a public parking lot. In the background, you could see the two detached dwellings. 24 is on the left and 22 Glengrove is on the right. Next slide, please. This image demonstrates the significant grade differential between the subject site and the private laneway to the rear. The image on the right shows the current condition of the private laneway looking north from Glengrove and the existing interface with adjacent low-rise dwellings. And could you advance to slide number 9, please? Thank you. The official plan in this case designates the property as mixed-use areas, and the subject is also located within an avenue as per the City of Toronto urban structure map. Both those recognitions in combination accommodate and expect a level of intensification. Next slide, please. Fundamental to this application is the update to the mid-rise design guidelines. This diagram illustrates the recommended transition to the rear stepbacks and interface with rear laneways. The guidelines have removed the requirements for a 45-degree angular plane. In essence, most of the substantive variances before you today deal with the rear transition, and I'll get to that in detail. Next slide, please. This is the original approval. This is the zoning diagram. The original approval provides for a 7-story step building, which was informed by the prior mid-rise design guidelines. A total of 29 units were approved, and then I'll go to the next slide, please. The stepping of the rear and angular plane can be seen in the south section here. Next slide, please. So what's before this committee? The current proposal is, as I said, is informed by the current mid-rise design guidelines. It's created 2 distinct stepbacks at level 5 and level 7. The mechanical penthouse has been shifted towards Yonge Street to minimize impacts on the low-rise dwellings to the east. A total of 59 dwelling units are now proposed. In terms of parking, 4 visitor spaces are provided and no residence spaces are proposed. Next slide, please. This slide is very instructive in terms of the massing modification. This image illustrates the variances sought as it relates to building envelopes modifications which occur at the rear of the building. In the lavender color is the new residential GFA, which occurs at levels 5, 6, and 7. Portions of the mechanical penthouse have been added in blue, which is 4.8 meters in height, with the exception of an elevator overrun, which will have an overall height of 7, which equates to a net increase of 1 additional meter in height, beyond the approved mechanical penthouse height. As it relates to overall building height, the variance in height is 0.5 meter to 24 meters. This does not include the mechanical penthouse, which is already permitted up to a height of 6 meters, equating to a total permitted height of 30 meters. The current height of the proposal, inclusive of mechanical penthouse, is 28.8 meters. The only increase beyond the permitted 30-meter height pertains to the elevator overrun, that area in blue at the upper level of this diagram, and which is located in the center of the building and requires a variance to allow for a projection of 7 meters. Finally, an enclosed bicycle storage. This is slide 14. Yes, thank you. The enclosed bicycle storage area has been provided at the ground level, and which also results in a new proposed private terrace for units 3 units on level 2. Next slide, please. So these two images show, the image on the left is the proposal before the committee, and the right image is the current mid-rise design guidelines recommendations. Shown in the blue hatching are areas that the application does not fully utilize in an effort to provide an improved transition to the low-rise dwellings to the east. Next slide, please, is the overall overview of all the variances. I want to focus on, of the 7 variances, of particular concern, I want to focus on variance number 4, which deals with the privacy screen and a permitted projection. And variance 4, to ensure that there are no privacy impacts to the single-family homes to the east, specifically 24 and 22 Glengrove, the planning department and the applicant have agreed to place a privacy screen at a required height of 1.8 meters or 6 feet. This privacy screen is to ensure that it is impossible to have any direct overlook onto these adjacent properties from this proposed terrace. This condition is also tied to the appended drawing in the staff report. I've also got a slide dealing with that. I want to deal in closing, the last 37 seconds, the 4 tests. You'll note that the planning department report that was dated February 3rd concludes that this proposal meets the 4 tests. We have spent months with the planning department interpreting the mid-rise guidelines, and what you have before you is a mid-rise guideline compliant building. They conclude that it meets the 4 tests. It's my professional planning opinion that the application before you meets the 4 tests. Those are my comments, and I'll be glad to respond to further submissions from area residents and as well as the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, questions at this time? Mr. Nipville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you clarify the privacy screens back on your drawings?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Where are the privacy screens?
The privacy screens are going to be on the 2nd level. Maybe let me get a slide for you to look at. It's actually included as slide 31. Slide 31, please. The very last slide. And this is actually a drawing that was referred to, if you could zoom in to the bottom right-hand corner. So on the 2nd level, there's a detail there for a privacy screen of 1.8 meters.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Could you provide some clarification with respect to the property line in that spot? I'm seeing 2 on the elevation drawing. I'm seeing 2 red lines at the back. There's like a private lane and then the property lines. So the first red line closest to the building, I presume, is the property line there?
Yes, the notation, the actual word property line are towards the top right-hand corner of the image.
Correct.
It is the red line. The private driveway limit is the other red line. So the rightmost red dashed line is the eastern edge of the private driveway.
Yep.
The further left line there is the property line.
Who owns the private drive?
It's a mutual driveway that the area residents on Glengrove have access to. This property that's before you today has no access rights on that property. It's a
Okay.
mutual driveway that provides access to rear garages that are either in garages or surface parking pads.
So from a circulation, transportation sort of analysis, how is the site then accessed, I presume, from?
Only from Young Street, this site would be divorced from the private driveway. There's
Completely divorced from that, so no
Completely.
access is required onto, okay.
Onto
'Cause
the private
it's
driveway.
unusual we have a mid-rise, typically there's some sort of setback in the transition to the neighborhood. Usually it's a laneway or some sort of step back, but in this case, all of the loading and the cars are coming in directly from
Young Street, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
and
it's not-
there's no circulation around the back?
No, nothing out back. It's not an unusual condition to have either a private driveway or a public lane as part of a rear transition.
Okay,
And the mid-rise guidelines acknowledge that.
Yeah.
There's been a long history of residents claiming that that's never been acknowledged. That's not the case in this. In this case, we recognize that it's a private driveway, always has been a private driveway.
yeah,
And the mid-rise guidelines acknowledge that distinction. And the original approval has the same setback, the rear setback condition.
okay.
Okay?
Yeah, I mean, if it's divorced from the private lane, there's no reason for anyone to go back there, unless there's access that's opened up or it's part of the site plan.
In
which
fact,
case
there's a sign that's saying there's no trespassing. There would be no right other than those that have right to that mutual driveway.
Understood.
That right of way, other than the residents who enjoy it.
Okay, very good. Other questions, Mr. Marciari?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have an email from transportation that the transportation study hasn't been submitted on time, or can you clarify that? Or
Yeah, I'm aware of the email. We've definitely filed the report. The previous comments that they're referring to talks about proxy sites and for parking requirements. You'll note that that was filed, I believe, on Friday. There's no subsequent correspondence from transportation that they have a concern or they're requesting a deferral, because the materials that were filed, in fact, answer those previous comments.
okay, so they have their report and they reviewed that and they don't have any concern with that. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I don't have any correspondence. You don't have any correspondence that states otherwise, but the AIC was down, but the materials were certainly filed.
Yep.
Other questions? Okay. We've got some other speakers. Is anybody here in person to speak to this item? No. Okay, staff, we've got some people waiting online. All right, let's hear from them. Just confirming again, there's nobody here in person. I do have somebody on my list saying in person, but maybe they left. Okay, just making sure. Oh, sorry? Oh, they're online. Very good. Okay.
Des Leyland is unmuted.
Hi, this is Des Leyland. Is it my turn to speak?
Yes, your address, please.
Okay, and you can hear me okay. I'm Des Leyland. My wife is here with me, 24 Glengrove Avenue East, Toronto, M4N 1E7.
So you, just so I understand, you are one of the residential properties or lands to the east that are back on to the private lane there?
That's correct. We are in the stucco house that was on the left of the photograph they showed from Yonge Street.
All right, very good. Whenever you're ready.
Okay, so I'll try to speak quickly given the limited time. The project site has been around for almost a decade now. It's making a mockery of the planning process. It has come full circle with another enormous deviation from regulations, having been rejected by the City of Toronto and then had a zoning approval granted by the OMB, I think in the last throes of that title, in a hearing that was so biased that it even alleged that our backyard is a side yard. Our councillor at the time was the late Jay Robinson, who opposed this vehemently, and the city's lawyer officially attended and opposed the project at the OMB. They are now looking to expand the envelope. I believe Councillor Chernos-Lynn and their staff have expressed serious concerns about the application, as they did with the previous application, which was deferred. I have not seen the new city report. After having withdrawn its August 25 proposal for enormous changes masquerading as minor variance, which in our opinion should have been rejected, it has once been given another chance for another minor variance, which is not one. It has turned the construction approval process, in my opinion, I say this respectfully, as a throw it on the wall and see if it will stick process. We are not against development. In fact, Mr. Christopher Wine, who was the president of Lanterra, visited our home, and in fact, I just connected with him yesterday, and he showed a unique building design with a proper angular setback, which was approved with cascading gardens and looked quite impressive. We were absolutely fine with that. As of this date of this letter, at no time since then, a few years ago, has the developer or its consultants approached us to have a conversation about the plans. And it's another sign of disrespect for the neighborhood. The site is 100 by 100 feet and is essentially the size of a residential lot. In an area that various developers have been trying to break every rule in the book to make a non-commercial site financially attractive to them with no regard to the neighbors and neighborhood. The OMB approved project that at least modified itself to conform to the maximum height and then a 45-degree angular plane at the third level, and was quite high at 7 floors plus a utilities floor. Our understanding is the utility floor is not considered an additional floor by city planning. However, for us, it is a floor, as you can imagine, because of light. There are 2 buildings on either side that block light. The current application disingenuously uses the old utility floor rendition to pretend it was a regular floor and is proposed building out to the back and the front of the envelope represented by the old rendition of the utility floor. particularly very substantially at the back, and it now even protrudes above the old utility floor addition, with the elevator shaft rising above the 8th floor. The Lantero was going to skip the utilities floor, as each unit was to have its private elevators, but that was for luxury condos. This was after the original developer had tried for a higher elevation and less angular plane and was rejected. So in reality, this application is adding almost 2 floors from a visual point of view for us above the 7th floor project that did not need a utility floor. Please note that the utility floor added above the 7th floor is considerably higher than the conventional floors below it. They also measure the setback from our side of the private lane rather than their side, choosing to misinterpret, and I appreciate you asked this question, the definition of a public lane to include a private lane that cannot be modified. The lane has been verified by more than one legal entity to be private, and the city has verified that as well. Our backyards are very shallow, and because that is where our parking is, and they are also backyards, by the way, they are full backyards, full small backyards, but they're backyards, that's all we have. The lane is a crescent, so parking is in the rear. Therefore, we cannot have trees to give us privacy, so the setback and angular plane are very important. In addition to that, while the previous design had the base of the site as its original ground level, which is Yonge Street, this revision attempts to raise the rear not only to the level of the lane, but above it, and place a terrace adjacent to the lane and overlooking it and our backyards. I understand they're talking about a privacy fence, but still, it's there. Within about 10 feet, a similar attempt was actually attempted before and was rejected by the city. The project is not within the perimeter of the Yonge Lawrence subway that is to be designated as a special area for development. The map is in our written submission as provided by our councillor's office, yet it attempts to exploit and abuse attempts to develop designated areas to create these exploitative variances to make its uneconomic lot economically feasible. And I am drawing to a close. Thank you for your patience. I'm just going to scroll down here. As a general comment, the proposal completely ignores setback rules and height restrictions that are designed to protect the privacy and light requirements of our neighborhood. The city should understand that we already have 2 very old buildings on either side of this lot that have been built straight up on the side of the lane with no setback. We have minimal light through a narrow space that this project seeks to block. Also, we will have to close blinds on every window in the back of our houses. All our rooms will be visible to this building, given its close proximity worsened by not having a proper angular plane. And I'll finish by requesting and saying that 2 or 3 additional floors in a high-rise in the Yonge Eglinton area would add more than enough living space without the disruption in terms of looking after the city's needs. So I would request, my wife and I would request, the application is a failure on all counts of this type of minor variance, and we request that it be rejected. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you for that submission. Questions? All right, staff, we have some other speakers.
William Hewitt's been unmuted.
Good afternoon, Chair and fellow committee members. I am William Hewitt, the owner of the property at 26 Glengrove Avenue East, and not mentioned in the planning reports, but also impacted by the density proposals on this building. I have submitted a written report, and I'll just now give you a quick overview on the highlights on that report. Basically, the application is for a major number of variances, and they are, to such a degree, they are possibly beyond the authority of the Committee of Adjustments. The process, given the history, should be considered gaming City of Toronto and Committee of Adjustment adjudication processes. it has been around for a long time, as Mr. Leyland has noted. The better approach to the property would be to have the planning department of the City of Toronto look at the whole neighborhood, because they cite a number of other properties in the immediate vicinity, meaning within 200 yards of the said property, are also likely to be under application within the next 2 to 5 years. The most efficient way for this to be handled would be to direct the City of Toronto Planning Department to do a neighborhood study and rationalize the density guidelines in the whole community. With that, I stand available to answer questions for the details in my report.
All right, thank you. Members,
I would
questions?
normally,
Yes? Do you have something to add? Members, questions? Okay. Staff, we have another speaker.
Hello?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Your name and address, please.
Yep. So my name is Alex Chatan-Tattle, and I currently own and reside at 22 Glengrove Avenue East.
All right. Whenever you're ready.
All right. So I currently live at 22 Glengrove, as I just mentioned, with my husband and 2 young children. We're sensitive to the application because it's immediately adjacent to our backyard where our children enjoy playing. We continue to have issues with the revised application as it's not consistent with the city's mid-rise building design guidelines and is intrusive on neighboring properties. These variances are not minor in nature. Firstly, the applicant acknowledges that the subject site is not delineated within the Lawrence Station MTSA, yet is still suggesting that the lot should be considered part of a strategic growth area. This location does not have transit routes 7 days a week with intervals of 15 minutes or less. Secondly, there are issues with the proposed heights, setbacks, and building up to the lot line. It appears the applicant is only looking at parts of the guidelines to their benefit rather than reviewing and applying the guideline holistically. More specifically, the total height of the proposed building and the proposed bylaw is 23.9 meters, not including the penthouse. Given that the penthouse is not set back 1-to-1 as outlined in the guidelines, and given that the penthouse space now contains substantial amenity space and corridors that are not dedicated to servicing the building systems, we believe that it should be considered a story, and the total height of the building should be considered as 28.7 meters. Based on the guidelines, the height should only be 27 meters. Further, the height of the street wall proposed is 23.9 meters in the bylaw. As per the guidelines, the street wall should match neighboring buildings. Based on the drawings by core architects from the previous submission, the neighboring buildings are at heights of 18.63 meters and 12.60 meters, which are substantially lower than the height proposed here. Given that the purpose of the minor variance is ostensibly to bring the application in line with current guidelines, and given that additional gross floor area has been picked up elsewhere in the project, it's logical to us that the street wall height should be made to match the current guidelines irrespective of what was approved in the past. Additionally, the step back at the top of the street wall is proposed as 2.5 meters by the bylaw. As per the guidelines, the step back should be a minimum of 3. At the north and south ends of the building, there is no step back provided at the top of the street wall elevation. As per the guidelines, above the street wall, a minimum of 5.5 meter step back should be provided at both ends. In the original bylaw, the step back at both ends was present, but has been replaced with a lot line condition with the newest application. This does not appear to be consistent with Bousfield's stated aim of modifying the envelope to be consistent with the city's updated mid-rise guidelines. Also, as per the guidelines, a minimum 7.5 meter setback should be provided at the rear of the building. At the second floor, a 4.5 meter setback is provided instead. While the guidelines allow for an existing public laneway to be included in the calculation of a rear setback, the rear laneway at this site is private and, in our opinion, should not be included in the setback calculation. Further, at ground floor, no setback has been provided at all, which does not comply with any interpretation of the setback distance. We note that in figures 11 and 12 in the Bousfield's letter, ground floor rear condition is erroneously considered as having no setback in the original approval. That is not correct, and as the height in the original bylaw was approximately half a story below the lane, not above as depicted in the sections. While Bousfield presents that this new space will be used for additional bicycle parking, we note that a significant portion is actually used for loading, and space for bikes can and should be found elsewhere in the development. Moreover, no 2.5 meter wide unencumbered landscape space has been provided along the rear property line as per the guidelines. Instead, the proposed lot line condition is a 3.5 0.8 meter high barrier, the foundation wall and privacy fence, which will not have the desired impact of mitigating development impact. The changes to the guidelines also prioritize introducing enhanced public realm objectives, including prioritizing new tree plants and preserving existing mature trees. Although the existing condition to the north and south of the site is a lot line, the existing condition for this site has a strip of green space with approximately a dozen trees of various levels of maturity. This is consistent with the unencumbered green space mentioned in the guidelines. Lastly, the applicant is not considering the negative impact of the reduction of existing public parking spaces, while also compounding the issue with the proposed density. A public parking lot is being removed. Where are the existing cars going to be parked? Where are the visitors or tenants in the new building going to park? There's simply not enough space on or around Yonge Street. Bicycle storage is not equivalent to car parking. Our current provincial government is actively making it harder to cycle safely in Toronto, trying to remove rather than increase bike lanes. As these deficiencies have a significant cumulative impact to produce a building that is much more prominent from both the street and from our home, we ask that the minor variance be rejected at this time. The building proposed is taller, broader, and closer to our home than permitted in the guideline and shown in the previous scheme. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Questions? Okay. Staff, do we have any more speakers online? None? Okay. Let's turn it back to the agent, provide him an opportunity to respond to some of the concerns from our neighbors on Glengrove Avenue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could be very focused and very brief. With regard to Mr. Leyland's comments, who resides at 24 Glengrove, I just want to clarify. The proposal that was approved was a 7-story building with mechanical penthouse. The proposal that's before you today is a 7-story building with mechanical penthouse. I think the characterization of additional height, et cetera, really is a half-meter increase in the main building height and a 1 meter additional height of an elevator overrun. The same rear yard setbacks. I will perhaps in a moment just review shadow impacts because I think there's some confusion about light and shadow. We did provide a shadow slide on slide, just a second here. Slide 20, 21, and 22 and 23. We did a shadow analysis. So here I will just focus on distinction between well, the critical factor here is shadow impact on neighborhoods in terms of whether or not they're adequately limited. That's the test. The incremental shadowing that we looked at is occurring between we looked at March 21st, 9:18 in the morning. The red line, so the yellow is the shadow, and it's broken up in 2 parts. The red outline is the shadow impact from the already approved building. The additional yellow, in this case at 9:18 in the morning, west of that red line, would be the incremental shadow cast by the elevator overrun and the half-meter height difference. Then as you go, if you flip to the next image, it just keeps going on in time in terms of if we go to the 2:18, which is right here in the afternoon, here the impact is limited to a slender portion of the rear yard at 24 Glengrove Avenue East. At 3:18, so a little further in the afternoon, there's a small portion of the rear yard in 24 Glengrove, which is occupied today by a rear lane parking area and on its side yard and the small portions of its roof. In total, in the totality of looking at that's what, I just want to bring it back to why the planning department agrees that this proposal meets the 4 tests. Yes, the mid-rise guidelines have changed, but we've managed to meet the 4 tests in terms of the key externality or potential externality or impact deals with shadow impact. This was a key consideration in reaching that conclusion. Mr. Hewitt at number 26 Glengrove, he's actually not directly impacted. He's the house furthest from the proposal. He's at the top corner. With regard to Ms. Tattle's submissions, I could be very brief in that regard. The key consideration is she is evaluating a proposal based on urban design guidelines. The word guideline should be the word that gets underlined and bold because it is not policy. The key mandate is to meet the intent of the guideline. guidelines are not meant to be read like zoning bylaws, so that if you deviate from them, therefore you can't seek approval. Your planning department, the city planning department, reviewed this application vis-a-vis the current mid-rise guidelines and the shadow impacts, and on the totality of it, they did the analysis because we provided the analysis, they reviewed it. The analysis, the resultant analysis was that the application meets the 4 tests, complies with meets the intended purpose of the official plan, the zoning bylaw, is desirable development of the land, and in terms of its impacts, those impacts are minor. That conclusion is found at the very last page, at the top of the last page, and they agree with us that it meets the 4 tests. In terms of we do not propose to relitigate whether or not that laneway is private or public. We never represented the fact that it was a public lane. There is a misunderstanding about the use of the word public laneway in the old urban design guideline as being the only way in which you can get a condition that relies on a private laneway for the purpose of transition. In this case, that private laneway is 3 meters wide. We have a 4.5 meter rear yard setback. It meets the intent of that 7.5 meter zone. So on balance, and in response to the submissions that you've just heard, we have presented a fulsome case in terms of the substantive elements of the proposal. The application before you meets the intent of the new mid-rise guidelines. The planning department agrees with us in its totality. So the analysis that Mr. Leyland was suggesting has in fact happened. And the qualified urban planners and urban designers that interpret the guidelines have concluded that this application meets the 4 tests. Those are my submissions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much. Offhand, do you happen to know what the height is of the half-story at the rear property line? I think that was added, right? One of the variances requesting an amendment to the diagram, number 3, and I noticed in there now that first story comes right up to the property line, but it's not a full story, right? It's just a...
No, it's not.
Okay.
It is a half story, correct. Yeah.
Do you
It's on
happen
slide
to know
31,
roughly how...
Slide 31.
31...
Slide 31 is our slide number. That's the slide that had the diagram. So the planning department, as a condition of their recommendation for approval, should the committee approve the application, they're saying that the building has to be built in compliance with this diagram. This is the key diagram.
Okay. And what's the rationale behind the enlargement of the first story at the rear? Because there was a little bit of a setback off the rear property line from the previous proposal, as I understand it.
Yes, but given the fact that there's no resident parking, there's additional bicycle storage provided there. There was a previous outdoor terrace there as a private...
Sunken, though.
Yeah, it was sunken, yes. Now, the bike storage area occupies that space. There are 3 units that have private terraces, but they have a privacy screen at 1.8 meters in height, which was enshrined as a recommendation of the planning department.
Okay, I don't know if staff can zoom in, but in addition to the 1.8 meter privacy screen, what would approximately be the height of those screens taken from the private lane? Because I'm trying to evaluate the impact of the privacy screen, not as from the balcony, but as from the private lane.
The dimension is there. I think I'm seeing, I guess if you zoom in, I could provide the answer, but
2 meters?
I read it as 2 meters to the top of that bike storage area, and then the 1.8 meters of the terrace.
Okay, so 3.8 meters total in terms of, from a massing standpoint.
3.8 meters. 3.8 meters.
Okay, all right. Those are all my questions. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Mr. Nitfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, there's so many slides, I'm having trouble finding the one. In your presentation, you show graphically what the variances mean in terms of, let me see which one this is. It's the one I think we were just talking about. It's number 14. And in it, you show a substantially increased mechanical room. But in an earlier drawing, in an earlier section, if I'm not mistaken, the section that's blue on that drawing is a mechanical room. It's open. It's not actually a room. It's open to the air, is it not?
Open to the
There,
air.
right there. See, open air. It's not really a room, and
Yeah, you have to look at the roof plan to see the difference, not the section.
well, let's just stay with this one for a second.
Okay.
Is that area that says open air, is that enclosed? Is it penthouse? Okay, so it's not actually a full story.
Yeah, it's enclosed by a screen, that's right.
For
So it's-
visual impact.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's blocked visually, but it's not like the penthouse was built out, as that other drawing tends to suggest. It looks as though the penthouse was built out to be much larger, which is not the case.
That's our understanding, yes.
More of an L shape.
Yeah,
And there's the open air element is the.
but it is open air, it's not an,
It's
it's,
an open air, yes.
okay.
For the northwest.
Oh,
this
yes,
is-
I thank you for that.
He's a registered speaker as well. He's Charlie Smith from my office. so-
That's okay.
yeah.
I want to make sure that everybody online can hear. So
Oh, yes.
if you be part of the discussion,
up
just
there.
come up and speak into the mic so that A, it's on the public record, and B,
Yeah, agreed.
everybody at home can hear what we're discussing.
Thank you, Mr.
If you don't
Chair.
mind just repeating the comments, ensure.
So the section that we're looking at currently is the mechanical penthouse at the top. There is a portion in the northeast that is open air on the roof plan. If we go to that afterwards, you'll see that that would be encapsulated by a screen, but the southernmost portion of the mechanical penthouse would be constructed and enclosed.
Okay. And that's captured in the site plan, am I
Yes, that's
correct?
correct.
Had where the section was drawn.
And the o-
That's where the distinction was.
Understood, yeah.
The only point I was trying to make was that on the drawing, which I guess is the guidelines, when you were trying to show us the impact of
Yeah,
this,
side-by-side comparison.
you've got new mechanical penthouse, and you show that whole area
As blue.
as blue,
Right.
which makes it look like it's an entire penthouse, but
and
it's not. So you've clarified that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Just for the record, Mr. Smith, can I get your colleague's name and I presume
Yes.
same address?
Charlie Smith, senior planner with Bousfields, 3 Church Street, Suite 200.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, other questions? Okay, looks like we can take this into committee. Thank you, gentlemen. Okay, let's move into committee now. Who would like to get us started? Any takers? Yes, Mr. Nipville.
You can shoot me when it's over. My comments on this would be, personally, I'm very sorry to see the angular plane gone from the proposal. I think it was an asset to the project, and I think it made the project more interesting, and I would argue more compatible to the adjacent owners. However, as in a previous application, it sounds to me, from all the evidence that's been provided, that this request is steeped in policy and direction, and would, in my opinion, reflect what the planning objectives are for the city as evidenced through planning department documents and legislation. So on that basis, I'm inclined to think that the application is supportable, but I wouldn't be completely honest if I didn't say that I'm sad to see the prior form go. I think it was in many respects preferable. So those are just very general comments.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Nipville. Yeah, I share your concern. It's and I know people listening at home, but as a member on a committee, we follow policy changes quite closely. While I can't speak for other members, I don't always necessarily agree with some of the policy that comes out of planning department, but nonetheless, that is what we are directed to acknowledge and to address in our approvals. If there's any sort of silver lining, I guess, Mr. Niffel, we don't have a height increase on the building where you see a lot of applications, there was a top up. And I think, moving from we're at 7 now, up another 3 stories, that changes quite a bit in terms of the effect of the rear main wall. I mean, there's still some modulation at the rear, but I do share in your feeling. It's also a bit, from a planning standpoint, it's a difficult condition because you have that small group of residential homes right in the rear, which is atypical, right? Normally there's the side, the flanking streets, you've got backyards and they don't necessarily back directly onto it. So it makes it a little more challenging. And I sympathize, and I certainly sympathize with the neighbors, not just through this application, but through the entire process because of the adjacency to the rear yard, right, as they've submitted. So those are my comments, and more or less in line. If I can add anything to the discussion, other members, I don't know if there's other comments, Mr. Marziari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also sympathize with the rear neighbors. I know this is an impact, and I had a bit of concern with the mechanical penthouse, but when I looked at the mechanical floor level, I see that it's all mechanical, so it would be a problem if it was a residential unit proposed there.
Yep.
But in this case, I understand there is more impact, but we don't have a planning negative report, or in other words, planning supporting this application, which to me, I think is making this application supportable. But as I said, I sympathize with the neighbors at the back. It's definitely more impacting than a previous proposal, but I think overall, to me, it's a supportable application.
Yeah. I think in terms of the massing, you look at the immediate buildings, there's no step down, right? I know it's a little bit shorter, but the rear main walls, or the main walls, I should say, generally they're straight. So in terms of compatibility with the adjacent larger residential properties on Yonge Street, I think that it's a good fit in that regard. It's just being sensitive to the conditions at the rear, which I think I raised some of the questions about the enclosed bike storage area and what kind of condition that would create. So we're looking at about 12 and a half feet. With the privacy screens, 12 and a half feet, maybe akin to if you were adjacent to another residential property on a private lane and they wanted to, let's say, build a garage, you'd probably be looking at about a similar massing. But I think what's key certainly is the rear yard setback to that first rear main wall, which I think is a good, at least insofar as the guidelines suggest. If there are no other comments, I don't mean to cut anyone short. Please jump in. Otherwise, I'll maybe ask for a motion. See where it goes.
I'm hesitating because I've been through this a couple of times. I don't know what the transportation services conditions are. They say that they stand by their previous comments, but the previous comments were that the application be deferred. and that that we to provide additional information. The applicants indicated that information has already come in. Then it seems to me that transportation should withdraw its deferral request.
I mean,
I'm not clear on transportation services. Otherwise, I think it's clear.
okay, perhaps, there was another approval today. We added a condition of, I think it was something that transportation requested specifically, another property, but servicing, or, sorry, maneuvering diagram. So if there's something perhaps specific that can be put on maybe as a condition, I see they're asking for surveys and a parking study.
Very extensive transportation report that's been filed.
Yeah.
It's in our
Mr.
agenda.
Nivel, would you benefit, maybe benefit for some clarification from the agent or applicant on the stance of transportation?
Helpful, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to pull this out of committee briefly. Perhaps one of the reps from Bousfields can speak to where we're at with transportation and their requests. Mr. Nitville noted our reports aren't entirely clear because they were requesting deferral initially, right?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman, through you. The comment that you have indicates that their previous comments stand and they couldn't find the submission materials on the AIC.
Right.
The other committee member is correct. There's an extensive report filed that addresses the specific comments that deal largely with surrogate sites. So the North District doesn't accept the notion that the City of Toronto now requires zero resident parking. So they have requested this for their own purposes to look at surrogate sites. The report was filed. There's no current request for deferral. The comment says that we should be responding to the previous comments. The report is substantive. Mr. Nipfel is correct.
Yeah.
That responds to those concerns. You don't have a current request for deferral. You have a request that looks at the previous comments. The report is there. There's been no conditions associated with it. And it's my submission that the filed report meets the substantive request that was filed before for the surrogate sites on parking, which, if this application was filed today, there would be no requested variance, right? We would be effectively providing zero parking.
Does that help to clarify
A bit.
a little bit? Okay. All right. Thank you for that submission. Let's go back into committee now.
I'll give it a try.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, as indicated earlier, I believe that the application is supportable because it's steeped in policy and guideline, and as such, I would argue that it meets the planning objectives of the city and clearly can be supported, and I certainly do support it. So I would like to approve the application subject to the planning department conditions about servicing and site plan conditions, and that in addition that variance number 6 be developed in accordance with drawing A451, and that there be no property, no projecting balconies on the 5th and 7th floors. In terms, and also that there are TTC conditions and forestry number 2. I think it would also be inclined to add and approval of the Transportation Services Department. That gives them an opportunity to sign off on the reports that you've submitted.
Mr. Chair, that last condition could be problematic if they don't get transportation ever sign off.
Is there?
They'll never get a permit, and this decision won't go forward.
Why wouldn't transportation?
Why would they?
They're not obligated to.
They have an extensive report that they haven't commented on.
I don't have a comment from the most qualified staff to make that decision. But that is up to you to decide whether you require that. I'm just saying that condition, you're making it a condition on a condition, which is problematic.
Okay, I'll withdraw that. That's a fair point. So I withdraw the transportation condition.
Okay. All right.
I second that.
Second by Mr. Marchiari. All in favor of that? Okay, opposed? Okay, Ms. Sankar Peralta and Ms. Klein oppose the application, oppose the motion. Motion carries. The application as, with condition is approved. All right. Staff, did we captured all that? Okay. We've got a big item next. Let's take 5 before we continue with item 17, number 22 to 20, GLAZEBROOK Avenue and 391 Broadway Avenue. All right, we'll resume in 5.
Oh, thank you.
All right, everybody, we're back. We're on item number 17, number 2 to 20. No, we're just waiting on a member to, there we go. All right, we're back. Item 17, number 2 to 20, GLAZEBROOK and 391 Broadway Avenue. The purpose of the application is to alter the development standards as approved by site-specific bylaw to permit a proposed 37-story mixed-use building with 489 residential units and ground floor retail space. Variances include lot coverage, height, GFAs related to residential and non-residential uses, various encroachments, setbacks, parking sizes, encroachments for building structures and features, and 2 variances for height. On file, material from the applicant, including presentation material, plans, copy of the bylaw, servicing report, confirmation letter, and 3 letters of in opposition from 303 Glen Navy and 303 1818 Bayview Avenue and 390 Broadway Avenue. I also received a late staff report from Community Planning, which I'll ask staff to have up on the screen. We have our agent in person. Welcome.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Your name and address, please.
Yes, my name and address for the record is Kevin McCrow. I'm a senior planner and registered professional planner with W&D Associates. I'm the agent for the applicant. My address is 47 Roselawn Avenue, postal code M4R185.
All right, thank you. We'll get the 5 minutes up.
Yes, thank you. I do have presentation materials which I submitted. If we could please get that on the screen. Thank you. And it's our corporate orange there, so it'll be easy to flip through. And I will ask staff perhaps just to jump between a few slides. We do have page numbers in the bottom left-hand corner. Okay, so just to introduce the application, this is an application to an approved it's a variance application that seeks height and density variances and other supporting variances to an approved 33-story podium and tower built form north of Bayview and Eglinton. If we could go to the second slide, please. So this is our height context map. What we're showing is an underlay in the darker of the gray colors. This is the darkest gray color. That's the station area core zone. Our site, 2 to 20 Glazebrook and 391 Broadway, is located within the secondary zone. The Young Eglinton Secondary Plan has explicit policy direction, which establishes a hierarchy of cores. The core zone is intended to be the most intense areas of the secondary plan, and there are 4 cores. There's Bayview, there's Davisville, there's Mount Pleasant, and there's Young and Eglinton. The 3 cores of Davisville, Mount Pleasant, and Bayview are to be subordinate generally to the occurrence of development at the Young and Eglinton Center. The proposal at 37 stories in height, as you can see on the screen, is subordinate in height and transitions down from 3 more recently approved towers in the 40, 46, and 46-story range located to the south within the core zone. That's similar to the occurrence of the transition of height, which as you can see is occurring around the Mount Pleasant station area core and its associated secondary zone. On page 3 of the staff report, staff come to the same conclusion. They go in so far as to applying the test of conformity to the official plan policies when addressing the merits of the height variances proposed. If we could go to the next slide, please. So I'm providing just an overview here. The site is within walking distance, about 250 meters from the soon to open on this Sunday, the Eglinton Crosstown LRT. And if we could go, hopefully, soon to hopefully open. And I'll take 3 seconds back if it doesn't open in my presentation.
Sorry, I had to interject on that. Go on.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. If we go to the next slide, please. That's all I'll say on the opening day of the LRT. And I do live in the Davisville area too, so I can't wait as well. So just a bit of information on the site itself. The podium and build form, the tower built form is concentrated on the Glazebrook portion of the site. 391 Broadway, which is that tailpiece off to the left-hand corner, that's proposed on-site parkland dedication. And there are no variances here today that we're seeking approval for from this committee that will change that. The on-site parkland dedication will remain. Moving on to the next slide, we're showing a timeline, again, just of some of the policy thrusts and recently approved applications, which warrant reconsideration of the site for increased height and density variances. These include those 3 towers, which I previously shown on the last figure. And moving on to the next 2 slides, I'll move through these relatively quickly. What we're demonstrating here is just how the area has evolved over time. As you can see, 2022, when this application was submitted, there were a number of proposed applications. And flipping to the next slide, as you can see, most of those towers, including several new applications which have come as proposed, notwithstanding which, those previously proposed towers, those 3 in that 40-story range and some around the cluster that's emerging north of it, are all now approved. So the plan context has fundamentally changed. The official plan policies and the Yonge and Eglinton secondary plans policies speak to consideration of the plan context and the consideration of merits of this type of application. Policy section 2.4.4 in particular in the Yonge and Eglinton secondary plan notes that the minimum density targets of this secondary plan are to be potentially exceeded over the long-term time horizon. And that can be done through many means, including variance applications. I'd like to skip to a slide which shows the statistics of the proposal. It's a couple slides down, and I'll speak to it just as staff are locating it in the interest of time here. The application seeks an additional 61 units. There is also some consideration by our client to change the project to a rental housing profile. Previously, Gerlocker is our client on this application. They're traditionally a condo developer, but as we all know, that's a very difficult space to be in. That is also not a consideration of this committee. It is just something that I figured to share. And with that comes an increase in the proportionate share of 2 and 3 bedroom units. So there's an increase in units total, and then an increase in the proportionate share of 2 and 3 bedroom units. Now, briefly on the variances themselves, there's a diagram that's purple and orange. We could just flip to that. Those are our south and west elevations. And what we're simply showing here is that most of the give and take, if you will, there's obviously the increase in height. That's the 4 stories on the tower. And then the other changes to the proposal are what I would call podium and up, not podium and down. You might have to zoom in a bit. I have some here that I had, frankly, to print out just so I can see this myself. But there's an overlap of the purple and the orange lines, specifically and targeted at grade. And I'm highlighting that because these are important considerations of the previous settlement that we had with the City of Toronto. These were considerations that staff had on their review of the application prior to our submission and our consultation with staff, that we maintain those curb to building face setbacks, those sidewalk zones, the sidewalks at the 2.1 meter width, and ample space to plant trees along the street frontages. I'd also just like to quickly conclude, I seem almost out of time, that we have variances in for retail. What we're proposing with this reduction in retail, which quantitatively appears slightly large, but qualitatively what we're doing here is we're removing a mezzanine or catwalk, the one up, one down format retail, where maybe the retailer would stock goods or customers would go up and purchase goods on that second level. That's a challenging format of retail to lease, but what we are maintaining through the retail variance is an amount of retail, and we highlighted this in our cover letter, that's consistent with other applications in the area. We fall generally within the middle of the amount of retail that all of these other approved towers are providing, and that retail is still configured into 2 units with entrances at grade in support of a strong public realm presence. The last set of variances I'd like to highlight here, we have variances for trellises and windscreens as recommended by our wind consultant, increased heights for these features which will locate during the site plan approval phase. In our opinion, the application meets the 4 tests for variance, and we support the recommendations, conclusions, and conditions of the staff report. We've also submitted supporting studies in support of the minor nature of impact, and that there are no undue traffic, civil servicing, or wind up impacts borne by the variances before the committee today. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions? All right, we do have a number of speakers. Let's start. Who is here in person to speak to this item? Anybody? Would you like to? Oh, Mr. Cattell, I'm going to interrupt. Make sure your mic's on, because I want to make sure everybody at home can hear you.
Okay.
We'll reset your time, and welcome back, I should say.
Okay. Again, Jeff Cattell, Leaside Resident Association. Thank you. This is to express the strong opposition of the Leaside Resident Association to this application based on the application's failure to meet the planning test for variances to be considered minor. An application was made to the City of Toronto for a high-rise mixed-use building for 2 to 20 GLAZEBROOK in July 2022 and appealed to the Ontario Land Tribunal in November 2022. A settlement was reached and approved by City Council on February the 6th, 2024. The committee is now dealing with an application for quote-unquote minor variances for an additional 4 stories, going from 33 to 37 stories above the Ontario Land Tribunal and city-approved settlement of 33 stories. Midtown in Focus was an interdivisional study to ensure that growth positively contributes to the vitality and livability of one of Toronto's most dynamic neighborhoods. The study, following extensive public consultation, resulted in a renewed plan for Midtown with an updated Young Eglinton secondary plan and infrastructure strategies to ensure that capacity not only keeps pace with development, but supports the quality of life in Midtown. OPA 405 was approved by City Council and submitted to the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in August of 2018 for review and approval. The Young Eglinton OPA 405 came back as approved in June of 2019, but with major changes made by the province without any further consultation. The plan approved by City Council permitted mid-rise development on the arterials. OPA 405, approved by the province, allowed high-rise development on the arterials. In approving OPA 405, the province made 194 modifications, including one which deleted a 6-story maximum height restriction on Bayview and Eglinton Avenues away from the intersection, which this is, and allowed proposals between 20 to 35 stories to be considered within the Bayview focus area. So that's the context. The GLAZEBROOK site is over 200 meters from the Leaside station, and as mentioned by the applicant, it's within the secondary zone. It's not within the core zone, and as such, it can be argued that until the Ontario Land Tribunal and Council approved height of 34 stories is at the top end of what is considered appropriate for the site, the 20 to 35 stories. Therefore, the additional height, 4 stories requested, is not appropriate. Furthermore, we're talking 61 units above the permitted. It's gone from 428 to 489 units, a 14% increase, which is similar in amount to the number of units expected from a mid-rise building. You just reviewed a mid-rise building on Yonge, which was 59 units. And that... it's just as if it was a 61 units, it's just as if it was a mid-ground level application on a major street. This is hardly minor. And as a Committee of Adjustment application, it doesn't have to address how the significant new amount of density would be addressed with community impacts, such as traffic and community services, recreation, so on. To approve variances applied for, the committee must be satisfied that the variance requested is minor, the proposal is desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land or the building, the general intent and purpose of the city's zoning code or bylaw are maintained, and the general purpose and intent of the official plan are maintained. The other variance that I mentioned there, the number of units, actually the applicant said there were more 2 and 3 bedrooms. Well, actually, they've increased the number of studios from 40 to 136. So on the one hand, you've got a few more larger units, but you also got a lot more small units. And how is that going to accommodate families, which was the intent of the city's policies? As mentioned, the retail portion has gone down. The gross floor area is up by 6%. The floor space index has gone from 13 to 14.63, a 10% increase. The height has gone up by 15%, from 109 to 126. How is this minor, basically, is the thing. The Committee of Adjustment application fails the planning test of being minor, of being desirable for the appropriate development and use of the land, maintaining the general intent and purpose of the official plan, and maintaining the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. We request that the committee refuse the application. This is clearly something that should have gone through the proper process of zoning bylaw amendments and had full review, and not just coming through a quick and dirty process through the Committee of Adjustment. It should have required more consideration. And this is simply a speculative idea to get more units and raise the value of the land. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cattell. Questions? All right. We have another speaker. Please come on down.
My name is Jim Parker. I'm the co-chair of the Broadway Area Residents Association. I live at 312 Bessborough Drive, just a block away from this development, proposed development. You can refer to the submission that was up on, right up there now, actually, from Terry Mills, who is a registered professional planner. I'd like to discuss the development at 2 to 20 Glazebrook from the perspective of a neighbor and the test if the proposal is desirable for the appropriate development or use of the land and or building. I'll try not to duplicate the things that my colleague Jeff has mentioned. A year ago, the developer, the city, and BERA entered into a mediated settlement at the Ontario Land Tribunal. This is what the developer is now trying to change. The changes are largely in areas that made the settlement palatable to our residents association. The one thing that stands out in my mind was the increase in the studio units from 40 up to 136. There's a decrease in one-bedroom units from 281 to 170. This is undesirable from our standpoint, as the area around us is very family-oriented, and this would, and the fact that the people that would be living in these studio units would probably only be there until they are ready to move into something bigger or into a house. So they're more of a transient type of person, which wouldn't really fit in with the neighborhood. There has been a decrease in the number of parking spots from 91 to 46. So we have 46 parking spots, including for visitors, and we have 489 units. So it's almost like one parking spot for every unit. The developer has eliminated all the balconies. I can't imagine anybody going into an apartment building that would want to have a unit without a balcony, especially if you're in a small studio unit with no opportunity to get some presence of the outdoors. The total amenity space is about 1,300 square meters, whereas they are required to provide 1,712 square meters. So that's only 76% of what is required. The developer has eliminated the tree wells that would be along the sidewalk right next to the building. They've now used the space where the wells should go, and they've in their place, they've put various pieces of equipment necessary for the operation of the building. Finally, the developer had agreed previously. I'm not certain what they expect now. I'm thinking maybe they're thinking that they would put the trees into some kind of box that would sit up on top of the sidewalk. In any case, if you have a tree up, 2 rows of trees, we need to have a greater setback on the second floor to provide space for the trees to grow. The submission of these and other changes already described make a mockery of the Ontario Land Tribunal negotiated settlements. I suggest that the Committee of Adjustment reject the developer's proposal for not being appropriate for the development or use of the land and or building. Or you could reject it for not being minor. Or there's a third alternative. The planning department has been working on new policies for station areas. And in fact, this is expected to be voted on in the second quarter of this year. We know that they're thinking in terms of limiting the height for this particular area where this building is to 20 stories. That compares to 37 stories that this developer is asking for. 37? Not sure whether it's 37 or 47. I think it's 47. It boggles the mind. Anyway, that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? All right. Thank you. Is anybody else in the gallery here to speak to this item? Okay. Staff, I suspect there's a number of people online. All right. And just for everybody listening at home, we've got quite a few people on this item. I just ask, please be mindful of repeating any points that have already been brought up by other people, just so we can move this along. And yes.
Michelle McMaster is unmuted.
All right.
Thank you, members of the committee. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to bring forward the perspective of someone who is an immediate neighbor of this new property. My husband and I live in the condominium at 1818 Bayview, directly on the south side of Glazebrook. And we have been so disappointed with what has happened with this building and all the others. We will be surrounded by 4,000 condos or apartments when this is all said and done, assuming the developers can raise the cash to finish what they've started, because certainly this fellow on Glazebrook and many of them overpaid for the land compared to current values, which is why they're trying to squeeze out more density now. I live in a condo. I live in a mid-rise building. My building is 8 stories and 50 units. It is a wonderful way to live. I find with so many of my friends, once they actually see what more modern urban living can be like, they love it. But everybody is terrified of these kind of apartments. And all the young people we know don't want to live in them. They only do because they sort of have to. The coverage here is excessive. These new adjustments, they are absolutely not minor. The building is too tall, the gross floor area is too large, and the setback is inappropriate. I'll turn back the rest of my time. I've made my point. Those of us who love Toronto and are open to new ways of living are just heartbroken to see time after time these developers push the boundaries beyond what anyone would ever say is giving someone a good life, and basically are wrecking the city in the process. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Questions? All right. Other speakers?
Bob Reed's unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. Thanks for the opportunity to speak on this. My name is Bob Reed. I'm the owner and resident at 344 Broadway Avenue in North York. I'll be brief. This is a request for a minor variance. I've lived in this neighborhood for 30 years. I've received countless notices of minor variance requests submitted by neighbors, and all of them have been to seek permission to push out a foot or two further when somebody's renovating their house, putting an extension on the back. One time somebody wanted to build a deck attached to the house. Again, needed permission to push the established limits by like a foot or two. The request before the committee is to add 4 more stories to a building that is already over 30 floors. It also adds 61 more units for a total of 489, and as we've heard, that's a 14% increase above and beyond what has been negotiated through the official and the proper process with the city's planning and legal departments. Those 4 additional stories represent a 15% increase in the height of the building. And as has already been said, if somebody wanted to build a 4-story building comprising 61 units in this or any other neighborhood, that would be required to go through the full and proper development application process. These are not minor variances by any stretch of the definition. In fact, what it is an end run around the established development process. And what concerns us is this is happening more and more as Committee of Adjustment approvals have been given to these so-called minor variances. Directly across the street from this site on the other side of Bayview, the exact same thing happened. The developer originally wanted 25 stories. It was negotiated with all party agreement, including the area residents, to 22 floors. And then they went back to the Committee of Adjustment afterwards seeking, you guessed it, a minor variance to add back the 3 floors they originally wanted. That variance was approved, and the official planning process was made a mockery as a result. It was wrong in that case, it's wrong in this case, and every time the committee defers to the will of the developers, they take note because precedents matter, and then they cite the precedents the next time around. So on that basis, I strongly urge the committee to deny this clearly not at all minor variance application. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you for that. Questions? Okay, I see none.
Dora Fletcher is online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. My name's Dora Fisher. I live at 336 Broadway Avenue, and my other colleagues have presented a good argument. One of the things that the developer in his presentation did not show is that this building actually sits at the top of a significant incline from Eglinton Avenue northward. The building stands out beyond any other building south of it because of this incline. So it's misleading to see where it sits with respect to height and all the ancillary shadowing and obstructions that it does create because of that incline. I also want to reinforce the idea, the objection that this is not a minor variance. We're looking at height changes, podium changes, changes in the size of the actual tower, changes in the size in the overhang, changes in the composition and the number of the units, changes in the available commercial space, changes in the parking, changes in the bike racks. There's so much change. We almost have to question whether or not this proposal is not a new building rather than a change to the one that was already approved. This is not minor. This is a rebuild. It's a redevelopment, and it is making an end run around the planning process, and it's a very cynical one on behalf of the developer and the planners who are submitting the application on their behalf. The justification is that there are many tall buildings in the area. Doesn't matter. This is not an insignificant change. This is a significant change. And we would oppose it very strongly. And I hope that the Committee of Adjustment does deny this, this change. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? Okay.
Bruce Shepard is unmuted.
Yes, my name is Bruce Shepard. I'm on 9 Roxville Avenue.
All right.
I won't. Hello?
Yes, sorry, we can hear you. Sorry to interrupt, Mr. Shepard. Please proceed.
Yes, I'll make mine short. It's basically a duplicate of what many other people have said. This is not in any way, shape, or form a minor variance, and I think it is outside the Committee of Adjustment's approval to approve this. Thank you.
Right, questions? Okay.
Bill Swift is unmuted.
You can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Most of what's to be said has been said, but the way I look at this building is that it's a change in purpose from freehold to leasehold or from ownership to rental. It's a much higher building plus mechanical equipment on top. It's a widening of the building that goes now out to the edges of the street, which precludes the trees that my colleague Jim was talking about earlier. So the greenery part of it's gone. It mentions 391 Broadview as a potential park, but my understanding is that will happen if and when the owner of that building happens to choose to move. So it's not like that's going to be available to the property. I could be wrong on that, but that is my understanding. Apart from the fact that the building now exceeds the secondary plan, it is, as has been said already, it's the equivalent of taking another building of some substantial size, 6 stories or 5 stories, and just plopping it on top and saying that it's a minor variance. One of the conditions of approval of the property as originally proposed was that it was to be adjacent to a building that is built immediately north to it on an ESSO property. And the ESSO property is a few stories shorter, and it was agreed that this property could be a few stories higher because there would be a symmetry as it's downhill, and it would look as an equal number of stories in those 2 buildings. This building's approval will make it decidedly higher than the adjacent property, and it's only a matter of time until the adjacent property comes in and proposes to do exactly the same thing as we continue to watch this never-ending growth or downward spiral, whatever you want to call it. The last point is that there's not a lot in our community to service clients in terms of retail services, in terms of plazas, and there's 500 residents that are going to be added to an area that between Bayview to Mount Pleasant is a couple of thousand people. So a very substantial 25% increase in population with 4 more buildings to come, and no addition anywhere of retail space to service the needs of people who do not possess cars. There's going to be plentiful bikes, but there are not contiguous bike lanes. I don't know how the people in these buildings are going to function except for an onslaught of ongoing delivery truck arrivals and departures and a clogging up of the residential streets. I live on Glenavy, which is immediately to the west of where this building is going up. And I'm very concerned about what's going to happen to the structure and the body of our neighborhood when these people have nowhere to go to get stuff and have all these deliveries coming in. It's an excessive increase that shouldn't be allowed, given that this is a place for minor variations. Thank you.
Questions? Okay, thank you. All right, that concludes our speakers. Let's get our agent back. We've heard from a number of area residents. I want to provide our agent an opportunity to respond to some of the concerns that were raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I took some notes while the deputants were speaking, and I am just trying to organize myself here. Okay, so to start, one of the recurring themes of, I believe, most, if not almost all of the deputants was the test of minor. One of the deputants also touched on the test of desirable and appropriateness. Obviously, there's 4 tests. There were some that touched on official plan policy, a few that touched on zoning. But I think where a lot of time was spent was on this test of minor. The test of minor, as this panel knows, is minor quantitatively, and we heard 25% increases, 9% increases. There's some triple-digit percentage increases in some of the letters. The test of minor, is my respectful submission to the committee, is not just minor quantitatively, but it is also minor qualitatively, looking at the qualitative impacts of the proposal. Through those qualitative impacts, I'd like to highlight a few things. I'd like to highlight the submission of our supporting studies. We submitted a supporting wind study addendum. We supported a supportive civil study. We also supported a revised traffic impact study, as one of the other applications also did earlier. Ours was similarly detailed, going on to conclude that the increased number of units and there's also a reduction in the number of parking spaces, which we don't need variances for because we're an approved MTSA, will actually result in a reduced amount of trips generated by those units. So that's just one of the many examples of examining the application, not just through the quantitative lens of looking at percentage differences, absolute value differences in terms of the site statistics, but also the qualitative impacts of the variances themselves. One that I'd also like to touch on that we did not submit a supporting study for, but in fact it is by law of the City of Toronto, and it's also legislated under the Planning Act, is the idea that growth pays for growth. So there were some deputations that spoke to there's perhaps not enough community services in the area, there's perhaps a lack of growth-related investment in things like community centers. All of these additional units would be subject to any applicable in-force development charges and also the city's community benefits charge. So the 4% the value of the land, that's the charge that this application would be required to pay at the time of its permit. Again, along with any applicable development charges at the time of permit, and that's to fund those growth-related expenditures. I'd like to touch on the height. There's a lot to this application on height, and through my presentation, I spent time on height. Again, I'd like to go back to policy 2.4.4 of the secondary plan, which speaks specifically to how height is to be addressed over the long, and height and density together. It's height and density, they're almost interrelated, they interplay with each other, how they address each other together through the secondary plan. And that height in this policy 2.44, height is to be exceeded over the long-term time horizon of the plan. Now, we included a map, which I didn't spend too much time on in our presentation, and that's a map that showed how the area has evolved actually since the secondary plan was approved by the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing through OPA 405. One of the deputants touched on that it was a policy that was bumped up to the Minister for approval, which meant at the time it actually couldn't be appealed. And through that map, what we've demonstrated is that there's actually now over 20 other examples of buildings, many of which were staff supported, within the OPA 405's various character areas, including the 4 other cores, which I touched on in my presentation. Thank you to the staff controlling this. Again, including the 3 other examples of projects within the same Bayview focus character area as our project. And to add to that, the policy of the secondary plan, which speaks to height within the Bayview focus character area, prescribes this anticipated range, 20 to 35. That height can be exceeded without amendment to this plan, which is in part the reason why the committee has the jurisdiction to render a decision on a height variance within the secondary plan. And where I'd like to go with this is, again, just to point to this concept of the hierarchy of cores, which is a very important concept to the secondary plan, that the 3 residual or secondary cores to Yonge Eglinton Centre remain subordinate to Yonge Eglinton Centre. And as you can see, on a height range exceedance basis, this core continues to be subordinate in the heights that are being approved through these various applications to the more intense heights, which are now upwards of 60 plus, ranging from the mid-50s to 60-plus stories in height within the Young Eglinton Center. So there's no fundamental destabilization of this hierarchy of cores policy objective of the Young Eglinton Secondary Plan. I think the last thing I'll touch on here is in the desirability and appropriateness of this particular type of application and the deputant's concern that perhaps studio and one-bedroom units may result in transient individuals living there. I see a few issues with that. The policies in the City of Toronto's official plan, the policies at the provincial level in our provincially led land use planning system, they don't necessarily dictate the type of individuals that will live in a certain unit. And it's my respectful submission to the committee that on balance of all of the housing policies in the parent official plan of the city and the Young and Eglinton secondary plan, that we need all types of housing near transit, all types of housing in areas such as the Bayview Focus character area, all types of housing in mixed use areas. We also require housing for family-sized units, and we're meeting those exact percentages that are prescribed by the official plan. We did not seek amendment for that. We're not seeking any variances related to the proportion of 2 and 3 bedroom units. So I do take some issue to the notion that was put forward that we don't really need studio housing in an area like Leaside. We don't really need studio housing in this particular area of the city. I do see studio housing as something that's needed in all areas of the city, in particular MTSAs. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, questions? Yes, Mr. Margiari.
A quick question. The tower, the 39-story tower at Glenavy Avenue and Glazebrook, it's under review, correct? It hasn't been approved yet.
It hasn't been approved. My understanding is that it's either under review or under appeal, but it has not been approved.
Okay, thanks.
Were you referring to the, you said 39-story tower on GLAZEBROOK? We're talking about the one labeled 37 stories on the presentation material?
Yeah, the one that I'm referring is actually 39-story, which is within the context, more inside the neighborhood.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong, but yes, I was referring to the same building. Yes, so I do see that as under appeal. I was wondering myself, do you know what the approval on that is before under appeal? They probably have some approval at this point.
I don't believe they have an approval. I do understand that it is either under review or under appeal, and we specifically highlighted that, and we had another height map, and we just wanted to be clear that in this presentation we're referring to approved developments. We're not speculating based on, I think one of the other panelists said, an under review development that's actually in the neighborhoods areas in the yellow belt.
Okay, understood. Yeah, thank you for that point of clarification, as well for that question, Mr. Margiari. Other questions? None? Okay. All right, thank you very much for your submission. I'm going to take this into committee now. We'll have a brief discussion, followed by a motion. Okay, let's move into committee. Who'd like to get us started? Yes. Any members want to get us started thoughts, comments? I don't need a motion necessarily, but maybe just let's get some discussion going. I usually like to ask the members before I chime in as chair, but in this case, I'm happy. Yes, Mr. Nifel.
Just, excuse me, Mr. Chairman, just some general comments. I completely understand the frustration of the community. We are obliged to look at the planning law as it is and adjust whether or not it could be altered to permit this proposal. There is nothing that I can see in the material that's been submitted that would red flag this as being a negative proposal that should generate a refusal motion. In particular, the planning department has a very extensive report on it, and they don't deal with most of the issues that the public have commented on. Their concern is primarily, excuse me, has to do with servicing and tying in the conditions from site plan approval that might be forthcoming. But they haven't, as far as I can see, and I stand to be corrected, they haven't raised issues with regard to the bulk and the increased density. And we look to them for some guidance and advice, and I don't, as I say, see anything in the planning department report to persuade me that this application shouldn't be approved. Based on what I can see, although it's concerning to the residents, I think it is in fact good planning within the context that we're working with, and I think that it is a supportable application. There is in fact, there is, however, the issues of servicing and so forth that need to be satisfied to planning departments, satisfied to the or have to be proved to the satisfaction of the planning department. But at this point, I think it's a supportable application as there hasn't been anything particularly raised with regard to height or density that should suggest that it not be approved.
Mr. Marziari.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I agree with Mr. Newfield. I think, to me, overall, it's a supportable application. The number of stories is either it's 30 stories, 37 stories, 35 stories. This is not an easy call for us to say it's the right height. So in that case, I would rely on the planning review. And I also agree with the neighbors that it has to go through a more comprehensive planning review to get this much extra height. But again, what we have in front of us, overall, I think it's all positive. And I don't see anything that that I can propose this application. So overall, to me, it's also a supportable application. And I think it's the right place for this type of intensification. Although it's not within the OPA 405 station area, but I think this is a proper application for this area.
Yeah, I think this application requires zooming out. Normally, we're focused on the immediate context, and that's usually more important than the broader context. But I think in this case, the broader context is really key because you're dealing with massing of such a large scale. Certainly, the comparison of the kind of tower figure ground diagram between Yonge and Eglinton versus this intersection, I think for me was a little bit compelling in seeing some of the development that's coming and has been approved within the intersection. Certainly a new subway station right at the corner, albeit not on this immediate corner, but within a reasonable walking distance is certainly helpful in terms of more broader based policies that have to do with intensification around transit. But certainly within the context, I think, in seeing I will say this, there's a lot of change for this intersection really fast. I mean, I grew up in this area, and
it's changing.
I drive through here all the time still, and I have to think twice when I look at some of the diagrams to think, is it the same intersection? that I'm so familiar with.
Not just north of Edmonton, south of Edmonton.
South and then along the
exactly.
corridor as well.
Yeah.
So I think, you know, certainly I think to the question about the one that's in still in approval would actually, I think, be more challenging from an approval standpoint because it's kind of set in away from Bayview, right? It's a taller building. It's sitting off of the major street there. So, but you know, you have to take that with a grain of salt because it is just it's proposed, right? It hasn't been approved yet. Comments from other members or a motion? Ms. Klein, I don't know if you have any thoughts on this one.
I, looking at the overall picture and what's going on, I think it's a supportable application, and the change is quite rapid, as you did say, and, you know, I would support this application.
Maybe a motion, Mr. Nipfel?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to the planning department's conditions relative to servicing and site plan approval conditions. I would like to compliment the applicant. This, as one of my colleagues said, this is a rough call. It would have been even rougher without this kind of a supporting presentation, which was very helpful in making us understand the context, which, as the chairman indicated, is probably the single most important component of the decision here. So I'm recommending approval then subject to the planning department conditions.
Okay. I have a seconder, Mr. Masiari. All in favor? Opposed? Ms. Sankar-Peralta opposed. For the record, so the motion carries. The application is approved with condition. All right. We're on item number 18, 31 CELT Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new two-story dwelling with rear covered porch. This application was before us on November 20th. And we're back for two variances, building length and building depth. We have our agent or applicant with us.
And Baghdadi. I'm the architect and the applicant before you today. The address is 13 Hollyberry Trail in North York, Toronto.
Thank you. Mr. Baghdadi, maybe just a brief explanation. Why are you back here at committee today? We've got an approval. Were there some variances that were missed on the initial application?
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair. Our zoning examiner, they are new to the zoning and they just moved to the zoning department. They missed it and they acknowledged they missed this, these two variances. So when we went for building permit, they picked up on it. So here we are. These two variances, basically, if I can have my report on the screen, staff can pull it up, please. Second page.
The community planning report.
No, my report is a two-page cover letter, they call it.
You're looking for your letter?
Yes.
Two-page letter? Yes, we've got it.
If I can have that on the screen, the second page, so I can explain. Yeah, if you can go to the second page, please, and zoom into that elevation. I highlighted with green and red. Basically, the reason we are here today, the main building complies with the length and depth. The only reason we have these two variances is because we are excavating the rear area in the basement to use it as a gym, which it was in the original application, but the examiner missed it. Outside of the building, nothing changes. Everything you see on this elevation, if we were going to leave that area in the basement unexcavated, we would comply with the length and depth. The only reason we have these two variances because we are excavating that area. So outside nothing changes, it's below grade that changes and triggers these two variances.
All right, understood. I'm just looking at the previous drawings, and just a point of clarification, it doesn't look like the excavation was shown on the initial approval, but I mean, as an applicant, you know, you can come back, you can revise drawings, that's your call. It doesn't really make too much of a difference, but I'm just, maybe that's why it may have been missed the first time around.
Through you,
Yep.
Mr. Chair, I can have, I'm not sure if you have the previous applications. If you can have the basement plan on that application shown on the screen.
Sure, yeah, let's pull it up.
Yeah, please. No, this is the second floor. If you can see the basement. Yeah, if you can zoom into the back, you see the gym is there, the window is there, nothing has changed.
All right, okay. Yeah, I appreciate that point of clarification.
It's exactly the same application, nothing changed.
Nothing changed, it was just missed by the examiner. All right.
Yes.
Fantastic. Members, any questions for Mr. Baghdadi? No? Sir, if it's all right with you, it looks like we may be able to take this into committee.
Sure.
Okay, let's move into committee. Yes, Mr. Majari.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's a very straightforward application. It's just an addition that was happening underground and the examiner missed that. So I put forward a motion to approve this application subject to the condition of planning that the variances number 1 and 2 about building length and depth to be developed substantially in accordance with the west and east elevations.
All right, do I have a seconder? Ms. Sankar-Peralta, thank you very much. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous. Sir, you've got your approval. Okay, item 19 we dealt with earlier. So we're on to item number 20, 493 Castlefield Avenue. The purpose of this application is to alter the existing 2-story detached dwelling by constructing a partial second-story addition above the garage. Variances include FSI, parking space location, 2 variances related to eaves, side yard setback from an east side lot line, and rear yard setback. On file, I see material from the applicant. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Jay Smith, agent for the application. My address is 2493 Frankfield Road in Mississauga.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Smith. Anybody in the gallery here to speak to this item? And staff, we have a neighbor online as well. Okay, Mr. Smith, I'm going to give you the floor. The clock is up. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are doing a minor addition on the second floor above the attached garage. As indicated, the FSI is going to increase to 0.75 from 0.60. I've looked at all of the decisions on the immediate street. The average FSI is 0.82 that's been approved by committee, so we are below that. The second variance is for the front yard parking. Extremely common on the street is front yard parking that is on parking pads, widened driveways, not in an existing garage. We are hoping to use part of the garage for storage and part of it for mudroom and some extra space for the growing family. We are maintaining all of the setbacks. Each projection, due to the proximity of the side lot line, rear projection, front projection, all of those are matching the existing floor footprint below. As well, we have a fairly significant space between 493 and 485 at 2.77 meters. So the addition, I don't believe, is going to have an adverse impact on that neighbor. Height, we're below, no building length, no landscape variances, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you for that submission. Any questions? All right, hold on there. We've got neighbor online.
Paul Connolly is unmuted.
Yeah, I don't have any questions.
Before, can I just get your name and address for the record?
Yeah, it's Paul Canali,
And
487 Castlefield on a neighbor.
Okay, and you're just listening in then, I guess?
Yes, correct.
Okay, very good. All right, we'll go back to our agent. Perhaps a response is not necessary, though you may provide one. I'm seeing as a neighbor is just listening in. I have a question, though. Have you had an opportunity to discuss the project with your immediate neighbors?
I believe the owners have spoken with immediate neighbors. We spent a lot of time actually matching the addition to the opposite side, 495. I've supplied a picture in my cover letter of that home where they have done the same addition. So we are actually going to kind of book match that addition right down to some of the floor space or floor layout that they had done with some inspiration for the owners of 493. So we are keeping a similar look on the street as well and a similar character.
All right, fantastic. Yes, and I do recall seeing the photo of that addition in my package. So I thank you for drawing our attention to that. Members, any questions? All right, let's take this into committee. Mr. Nifil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Again, I think this is fairly straightforward.
Yeah.
And very supportable. And as Mr. Smith indicated, it replicates what's been undertaken immediately next door. Therefore, I consider it to be very compatible. So I would like to move approval without any conditions. But I hope you can hear me. Sorry.
A very sensible application, I'd say. Okay, we've got a motion. Do we have a seconder for the motion? Ms. Sankar Peralta, thank you. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous. That is approved. Okay, number 21. 172 Briar Hill Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new dwelling. We've got variances before us: FSI, depth, eave projection, canopy encroachment into a side yard setback, and building length. On file material from the applicant, correspondence with community planning, form letter in support from 169 Briar Hill Avenue, and letters of concern from 179 and 201 Albertus Avenue. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Meher Manis, I'm the agent, number 1 Teakwood Grove, Toronto, M3B 2H9.
All right, sir, we do have some opposition. I'm going to ask for a presentation. We'll get the 5 minutes up, and whenever you're ready.
Sure. I'd like to start with, there was a proposed change as agreed with community planning. Variance number for the eaves, number 3.
Yeah.
We're changing the variance, the eaves projection will be 0.31 meters and 0.15 from the west lot line. So this is as per the staff report in front of you.
Okay, 0.3 meters and 0.15.
So 0.31 projection and 0.15 setback from the west lot line.
All right.
So if staff can be kind enough to bring up the presentation material. So the first page is the site plan. Now I'm just going to be referring to it as I go through the variances. So proposal in front of you today is for a true two-story dwelling. And I emphasize the word true because if the committee looks at the elevations, you'll see that the garage is actually at the same level, 3 steps down from the first floor, versus what typically is built in this neighborhood, which is the same as with the 2 adjoining neighbors where the garage is at the bottom. So scale-wise, and that's one of the part of the reasons behind some of the variances that are in front of you today. So the existing 2-story house would be demolished. There's a huge 4-car garage in the backyard, which is about 60 square meters, which is also going to be demolished. We do request 5 variances from the committee, the first one being FSI at 0.68 versus the allowable 0.6. As committee might be aware that when you're doing renovations, additions in the 0.6 zone, you're allowed to go up to 69% of the lot area as of right. Most of the approvals, as per the stats that we provided, all the previous approvals on BRIAR and the surrounding area, this is at the low end of what's being approved in the neighborhood. Variances 2 and 5 are dealing with building length and depth. The length is a site-specific for this neighborhood of 14 meter, which I have no idea where it's come from. It's one of those anomalies in the former city of Toronto. The reason we're asking for the variance is because we are doing a true two-story, and the garage is actually part of the main floor. So we're trying to compensate for that loss of square footage to provide the space. Even with that, if staff can just go back to the site plan quickly, we're actually aligned or shorter than the two adjoining houses, which are actually three-story with the garages at the lower level. So from a massing perspective, we're similar in length, but on a scale height, we're much more reduced.
Understood.
Variance number 3, which we just discussed, which is we're revising the east projection as per the staff recommendation. And the only reason for the variance is because we have a 0.46 setback on that side, which is as of right. Hence, we have with a very minimal overhang for the roof, we need that little bit of breathing space. Last variance, which is a canopy at the front of the house, we're just proposing to return it 0.76 meters on the side of the house, and it's set back 2 feet from the lot line instead of, so I keep going between feet and imperial, 0.6 meters instead of the required setback of 0.9 meters. As I mentioned before, it is a true two-story dwelling. The front elevation shows the scale of the house compared to the two neighboring houses, and also, if staff can be kind enough to scroll down to the pictures, it also shows on the front of the house, the front of the property, it shows the scale, and also at the back of the house, you can see how towering the two next door neighbors are. From a scale perspective, just to address this 2 or 3 story, the proposed height is 9.2 meters, and the allowable height is actually 11 meters, and the wall height is 7 meters versus the allowable 8.5. So typically, committee will always see height variances and wall height variances. We're substantially lower than what's allowed here. I'm not sure if staff of committee wants me to address the letters of objection from the neighbors now, or should I just wait in case there's anybody who's going to be talking to this application?
It's up to you. Well, you'll have an opportunity if there's some...
You know, I'll hold on to it. I do have notes about the 2 letters of objection from Albertus, which is the street behind. So if we'll see if
let's see what they have to say.
Sure.
I'm following so far. I can't speak for my members, but I think we've got a good grasp of the application so far. So maybe let's hear what some of the concerns are.
Sounds good. Thanks.
I have a quick question.
Yes, Mr. Marziari.
So the building length and building depth are measured to the rear building wall, or the covered porch is also included in that?
Yeah, so this is not your typical building length and depth, which you see in the RD zone.
No, I understand it's 17 meter. My question is about your proposal.
No, it's the total building.
Total building, not including the covered porch. So covered porch is beyond that.
The covered porch is completely exempt. It complies. It can be substantially bigger than that. It just has to comply with setbacks and rear yard landscaping. And it can be almost twice the size if we wish.
Okay, thanks.
What's your mic?
I have no idea, and if you go through the approvals in front of you, you'll notice that it's the most common variance in this neighborhood, because nobody complies with the 14 meter.
Yeah,
even
exactly.
I've been dealing with it even before the new bylaw came into effect in 2013. This is carried on from the old 438 bylaw of the former city of Toronto.
Yeah.
And it just rolled into the new bylaw.
Thank you. I thought it was a typo when I first read it.
No, unfortunately it's not.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Is anybody here to speak to this item in person? We have some people online. All right, let's hear from them.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of committee. My name is Dargo Harchi, and I live at 176 Briar Hill Avenue, immediately adjacent to the subject property at 172 Briar Hill. After reviewing the application and drawings, I am opposed to the proposed variances. My concern is the scale and the depth of the proposed rear portion of the new dwelling and the impact it would have on the neighboring properties. The proposal includes a new rear building mass that extends approximately 15 feet beyond what is permitted by the zoning bylaw, rises to approximately 10 feet in height, and it introduces about 270 square feet of additional built area concentrated at the rear end of the lot. This would create an overbearing built condition directly beside our living space. Because of its size and proximity, the proposed rear mass would result in a significant loss of light, openness, and reasonable enjoyment of our home. These are real day-to-day impacts that go well beyond what would normally be expected from a replacement house in this neighborhood. This proposal is not minor, and it relies on multiple variables in the dwelling that is larger and deeper than what the zoning allows. Taken together, these variances allow a level of intensity that is simply too much for this lot. The rear building mass extends well beyond the typical rear yard depth of this neighboring homes, creating a dominant structure that is out of scale with its surroundings and violating the city's zoning bylaws. In this neighborhood, rear yards are generally maintained as open space with improvements limited to simple, low-impact features such as a wooden deck, rather than substantial new building mass. Allowing this proposal would also set the precedent for similar oversized replacement homes. And for these reasons, the proposed dwelling represents overdevelopment of this property and should not be approved. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Questions? Mr. Nipville?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could we get drawing A1 on the screen so that the gentleman calling in can see it? I just wanted to clarify your concern about the building length. Are you concerned with the actual dwelling unit building, or are you concerned with the dwelling unit building with that covered porch on the end? I'm just trying to clarify because the building form itself appears to be the same, or in one case slightly shorter than the buildings on either side.
So no, actually the building length is fine. My main concern is with the covered porch,
Okay.
which is actually not just a regular porch. It's a full-on building mass that's extending past our backyard and like encroaching into our daylight space and personal enjoyment.
Okay.
I just think it's way too big for what
I just wanted to clarify. I thought that's what you were concerned with, but I wanted to make sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I want to get a little bit better understanding of what's going on at the rear. You're at 168. I presume from the typology of the house, there's probably a deck off the back. I'm going to ask the agent this as well, but what type of deck are we dealing with the immediate neighbor at 168? Is there a projection off of the rear? Is it stairs that go right down to a lower platform? Because I would expect with a lot of these new builds, particularly on BRIAR Hill, that there's probably some platforms at the rear. And they're probably elevated based on the building typology I see from the front. So maybe you could just describe a little bit what's going on back there and why this particular covered porch maybe sort of above and beyond what's there, because on our drawings, all I can see is the building outline. I don't have an indication of what type of structures are extending off the rear of the immediate properties.
Probably the best drawing is side elevation. You can see it's a covered porch with the skylight and.
I meant on the neighboring properties. I'm trying to understand the condition of what the structures are, because you have an instance where the rear main wall is more or less all aligned very nicely at the back. But the information I don't have is what type of structures may or may not be protruding off the rear main wall on the adjacent properties. We'll get to the agent to answer, but I want to ask the neighbor first to see what he has to say. We may have some photos as well. Staff, do we have any photos we can pull up of the rear yard? There's under site photos. You just take a look there.
I don't know if you could see, but my house is directly on the right side, and we have a standard wooden porch that has stairs that go down, similar to many of the other properties on this street.
Okay, very good. Yes, this is helpful. It's sometimes we don't get these site photos, so it's hard to understand what's going on just based off the survey or plan, because they don't always indicate the structures at the rear. Okay, thank you for directing me towards that. I apologize for missing it earlier, but I think it's important in this case.
Also, the neighbor on the left wants to speak as well. I don't know if he can connect. He's at 168 BRIAR Hill. I'm 176.
All right. Yes, he's listening in. We're gonna get to him. So before we do that, do we have any questions of this neighbor before we let him go? None? Okay. Staff, let's get our other neighbor online.
Hello.
Hello.
Thank you very much to the committee for this opportunity to speak about this application. My name is Aryan Kamiab. I'm the owner and resident of 168 Briar Hill, the adjacent property to the east of this proposed variance. My wife, Masa Rajal, the owner and resident, is also on here. And we second and share the same exact concerns that our neighbors at 176 Briar Hill have just shared. The structure in the backyard, the canopy is just a very overwhelming, overpowering structure that runs foul of all the various variances that have been approved by this committee. The resulting build would form an overbearing condition that would affect light, openness, reasonable enjoyment. Both decks on 176 and 168 Briar Hill in the backyard, the adjacent properties, are simple wooden decks that extend within the confines of what is permitted by this committee. This structure is entirely different. It is not reminiscent of a deck at all. It extends the building entirely and really encroaches into the space in the backyard to the detriment of the adjacent properties. I share and echo the concerns of my neighbor, as well as the concerns of the two other folks who have opposed this application. This is not a minor variance. It's going to result in a oversized addition, which changes the character of the street. And over time, other properties are going to follow suit and cause a complete shift from what we currently have there into something far more invasive.
All right, thank you. Questions? Just so I understand correctly, then your concern is with the extension, that structural extension off the rear main wall, but not necessarily the proposed length and depth then. Is that fair to say, sir?
Yes, because we do see the length of the building as being elongated with this structure. But yes, if that structure is turned into a regular wooden deck like me and my neighbor have, we would be okay with it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Other questions? Okay. Let's go back to our agent to provide you an opportunity to respond to the immediate neighbors. Let's just get your mic on. Yeah, we want to make sure everyone can hear you.
If staff can just go to the third, to the rear elevation in the presentation material. I think it's another two, not that one, the next one. Yeah, just, all right, that's it. So if committee looks at, so we're showing the two neighboring houses, and we're actually also showing the decks on the two neighboring houses. And you can see sort of an outline of a figure. So the two neighboring houses actually overlook our neighbor's property, and that's the reason for the covered porch, because this is a true two-story. The only way to get privacy, amenity space in the backyard, is to have a cover, so they don't actually, I'm not saying they're going to be out there looking out, but there's no screens, there's nothing on the neighboring houses. They are more than 3 meters above ground. We're literally 0.6 meters above grade. And the roof on that porch, we're not calling it a deck, it's a covered porch. And it's completely exempt. There's not a single variance in this application pertaining to this covered porch. And it's because of the elevated decks on the two neighboring houses that my client had opted to do this covered porch to get privacy from the neighbors. So if staff can actually go further to the pictures, what you haven't seen is the picture you're looking at just shows the existing house. One further down, it shows the decks. So the decks, there's only a small stair on the side, but next to it is a deck that projects out 2.5 meter. So in the zoning bylaw, when you have a deck this high, there's limitations as to how deep it can be. That's why there's the 2.5 meter requirement, which is 8 foot something. The other neighbor, thank you for that picture, has the same condition. So if we were building the same format house where the garage is at the bottom and the whole thing is elevated, we would have had the same deck more than likely with privacy screens on both sides. It would be matching the neighboring conditions. This is completely different because my client opted to do a house 2-story at grade. And I'll emphasize again, there is no variances to this covered porch. Even if the committee elects to refuse the building depth and the building length, we can still build a covered porch which extends as far as this from a shorter house. Not that there's any intent of doing that. Regarding setbacks, we have a 15.5 meter rear yard setback. The requirement is 7.5 meters, so we have twice as much. Spatial separation between one of the, I think number 168 says he supports what the neighbors on St. Albertus are saying. I find it to be a bit disingenuous, to be honest, because one of them lives in a house which is more than 90 meters long, and it's also full 2-story high. And the neighbor right behind my client has a house next door to it, which has an approval of 18.3 meters, and it's built. So what we're proposing here is nothing different. Actually, I'd like to think it's an improvement to the typical built form of raised first floors, where this is actually more relates to the street, it relates to the backyard. And the only reason my client has decided to do this because it's a young family with young kids. They want to have that ease of access in of the front and out to the backyard. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions? All right. Oh, yes, Mr. Nivell.
Do you, in the earlier drawing that you had, it didn't look as though the roof would prevent overlook. I mean, I realize the decks on either side are quite high, but are you assuming that your porch deck is going to prevent overlook onto the deck on your deck? You're still going to see a fair bit of it.
It's the roof, because if you look at the back elevation,
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
you'll see the vantage point. They're actually looking on the roof of the proposed covered porch. So I don't know if you
Yeah,
notice
I
that.
can see it here, there's still,
Area on the sides you may see in, but
I think so, yeah.
It's
okay.
The intent is it's all because of privacy.
Okay, and you have no plans to try and enclose that deck, because one of the conditions that I think would be appropriate were this to be approved is that the deck remain open on all three sides, on the east, west, and the south.
It really doesn't matter whether you put respectfully I say this, it doesn't matter if you put a condition, because the zoning bylaw dictates that these covered porches have to be 50% open. So even if we propose to close 1.5 sides of it, we wouldn't get a building permit.
Okay,
fair enough.
Thanks.
It's built into the zoning bylaw.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right, thank you, sir. You can step down. Okay, let's take this into committee. Brief discussion. Who wants to get us started?
I will.
Yeah, Mr. Niffill.
I can understand why the applicant is proposing what he's proposing, and I actually, I'm very much in favor of the way he's proposing to deal with privacy. As you will know, members of the committee, I constantly complain about these rear decks that are way up in the air and create overview. This, I think, is a polite way of dealing with overview. I do understand the neighbor's concern. It looks more like a building, but in fact it is open. It has 2 brick columns, which are fairly substantial, but again, I think they're quite consistent with the architecture of the house. My only concern would be if the 3 open sides that are shown on the drawing, I believe it's east, west, and south, if they were to, east, west, and north, if they were to be enclosed or a portion to be enclosed, I think it would add to the sense of massing. So subject to them remaining open, I don't have difficulty with the application.
Staff, can I just want to confirm, we've lost Ms. Sankar-Peralta? All right, okay. Mr. Margeri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's, I agree with Mr. Nipfel. I think it's the way that the rear porch is designed that's create a neighbor's concern. The way that it's been cladded in brick and with those brick columns. It's at the beginning I thought it's an extension of the building, honestly, and it was concerning to me. But I looked at the variances. There's no variance related to that, and I know that the deck extension, in addition to the canopy above it, is allowed by zoning bylaw. So I cannot object that, but it's I'm not a big fan of it, honestly.
Yeah.
If I was a neighbor, it's a mess at the back. But again, to Mr. Nipfield's point, we have a lot of raised decks that it's even worse condition. It's more overlooked than this. So overall, I think it's a supportable application. I like the design, other than the rear deck design. So.
Yeah, it's a little bulky, but this is a good example of a give and take, right? Maybe that covered porch wouldn't fit in all applications, but the fact that they've opted to stick with a true two-story building, that ground floor is like right down at grade.
Great, yeah, that's a great.
I don't think there's any dispute that the typology on the neighboring sides is an impactful one. Certainly more impactful typology than what's being proposed, which is why I think that covered porch becomes palatable in this case. And that's the sort of give and take I'm talking about. If you sort of went and ask for everything and then some, then it almost suddenly becomes too much. But from a planning standpoint, I understand 100% the rationale. They don't want the walk-up. They want a true two-story house. But they're also wedged between two very new built houses that have those challenges with the rear decks. I think it's a very smart and sensible way of dealing it. Certainly, as a homeowner, I can see the desire in this case. So I think it's supportable in that case.
Yeah.
Yes, proportion and
Good design.
and I will note this: it's very helpful to have elevation drawings that show the immediate properties on either side, both front elevation and rear elevation. It's very clear to me that this house is subordinate in terms of massing and scale to the immediate neighbors, which helps to assuage some of the concerns raised with the covered porch. I'll leave it there. Ms. Klein, I apologize. I even quiet. If you have anything you would like to add,
No, now that the
not
applicant
to
has
put you on the spot.
walked through the application and walked through all the pictures, I have a better understanding of what they're trying to accomplish.
Yeah.
And I would support it.
Okay, good. Any member would like to make a motion? Yeah, Mr. Nipfel.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to move approval of, as I said, I think it's supportable, and I commend the approach to the rear yard. I really have problems with these elevated decks, and I think that this is a very compatible and kind of handsome little building that's trying to cope with those kinds of high decks on either side. So I'm happy to move approval of the application, subject to the planning department's condition that we modify variance 3 for roof eaves from 0.05 meters to 0.15 meters. And the other condition I'd like to add is that the rear porch remain open on the east, west, and north sides.
Yeah, sometimes we add a condition about the excavation underneath the porch, but in this case, it would trigger a new length and depth, so I don't think it's necessary, but that's your motion?
Yeah.
Yes, sorry to interrupt there. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Yes, Ms. Klein. All in favor? Okay, that's unanimous. You have your approval, sir. Yes, and thank you for coming down in person. Much appreciated. Okay, that concludes our 2 p.m. session. Our item number 22 was deferred earlier. So how are we doing? Are we okay to move right into our 4 p.m.?
Yeah.
All right. Yes, let's deal with the deferral requests and get them out of the way. Mr. Deputy Secretary Treasurer, do we have a deferral request?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have one deferral request. It's item number 30.
All right.
323 Parkview Avenue.
Yes, 323 Parkview Avenue. Just opening my file. Bear with me, please. Oh, computer is slow today. All right, item 30, 323 Parkview Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with two integral garages, front porch, rear deck, and basement walkout. Variances include front yard setback, side main wall height, number of stories, vehicular access from a major street, side yard setback from a west lot line, and side yard setback from an east lot line. On file, material from the applicant, memo from Community Planning, Urban Forestry, and a letter of opposition from 329 Parkview Avenue. Okay, we have our agent in person. Welcome back, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, I'm a member of the committee. My name is Mehran Haydari from PMP Design Group, 1090 Dunwich Road, Unit 403, Unit 402, yeah.
All right, and you're asking for a deferral?
Yes, staff has some comments about the design, and also there is the error on the zoning notice. So we need to back to the zoning examiner and get this new zoning notice and revise the drawing based on the staff recommendation.
All right, understood. Nobody else here in person to speak to this item, and we don't have anybody online. Great, if it's all right with you, we'll take this into committee.
Sure.
Okay, let's go into committee. Yes, Ms. Klein.
I want to make a motion to approve and grant the deferral to allow the applicant to satisfy the request, to correct the zoning error, and to revise this design. Sorry, I just moved my...
Yeah, of course. Okay, we got a motion from Ms. Klein. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Nifil, all in favor of that motion? All right, deferral requests. We'll see you back. Okay, no other deferral requests in the slot. We will start with item number 24, 32 Chipping Road. The purpose of the application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a second-story addition, a one-story addition on the west side, and a two-story rear addition, as well as a front covered porch and a rear deck. Variances for lot coverage and driveway width. On file, material from the applicant and a letter from transportation. We have our agent with us.
Mr. Chair, we're actually going to start with item number 23.
Oh, did I miss an item?
Yeah, 23 FENN, 140 FENN.
But we appreciate your enthusiasm.
Oh, you know, my mouse had scrolled down and it was the top of my page. Ah, I was. All right, item 23, 140 Fenn Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with integral garage, basement, walkout, and rear deck. Variances include rear deck projection, side exterior main wall height, and rear deck encroachment into a rear yard setback. On file, material from the applicant, report from Community Planning, Urban Forestry, 3 form letters in support from 136 and 138 Fenn Avenue, 2 Medalist Avenue, and 1 letter of objection from 142 Fenn Avenue, the immediate neighbor. All right, let's get our agent online.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Nadeem Irfan, NIA Architects, 10 Milner Business Court, Suite 710, Scarborough, Ontario, M1B36. And we are presenting the application with the 3 minor variances, 2 pertaining to the rear yard deck and 1 to the wall height. The rear yard deck variances are 1 and 3. The number 1 is basically projecting towards the rear yard, where we are allowed to have, permitted to have 2.5 meter, and we're proposing 3.6. It's another 1 meter approximate extension. And similarly, we are projecting the deck towards the east side yard, basically where we are required to have 2.72. We have 1.8, which is aligned with the building wall. We believe these variances are very, very minor in nature. Variance number 2 is to the wall height. We have submitted some exhibits showing that 8.75 wall height is just where we have windows. The remaining eave height is 7.13, whereas required is 7.5. We have looked into the staff community planning report. They are recommending with the condition that, elevations are tied to the approval. So we believe the variances are minor in nature. We have looked into the forestry memo. We are confident that we'll be able to resolve with them with the arborist report and perhaps minor amendment to the basement plan. Thank you so much.
All right, questions? Okay, we have a neighbor online.
Marlene Fisher is unmuted.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Marlene Fisher and I live at 142 FENN Avenue, immediately adjacent to the subject property. I am here to oppose the requested variance to permit a section of side exterior wall height of 8.57 meters, where the zoning bylaw limits the height to 7.5 meters. My submission explains why this variance does not meet the 4 tests under the Planning Act. First, the variance is not minor. The proposed increase of approximately 1.07 meters is significant, especially given the limited side yard separation between the 2 properties. Because the square footage of the replacement home is double the current size, and on a small lot, the side yard will shrink, bringing the houses very close to each other, where now they are comfortably separated. Sidewall height limits exist to control massing, shadowing, and related impacts on neighboring properties. At this proximity, the additional height has a real and measurable effect. Second, the variance is not desirable for the appropriate development of the land. The immediate area is stable, built primarily in the 1960s and characterized by small 2-story homes, bungalows, and backsplit homes like my own, all of which are proportionate to their lot size. I use the term stable because the majority of development on FENN Avenue, the street, on Medalist, the street directly facing our homes, and on Danville, which is around the corner from my home, have been renovated and have retained the original footprint and architectural style rather than being rebuilt with significantly increased mass. The proposed overheight section of sidewall introduces a scale and massing that is incompatible with this context and visually dominant when viewed from adjacent properties. I am referring to the impact of a sidewall of 8.57 meters as compared to the sidewall of my backsplit home, considerably smaller, where the first story, the part most visible from the street, is just above 3 meters, and the back section is 5.18 meters, 40% smaller than what the new building will be. This represents a visually striking and jarring difference. The height and mass of the wall will eliminate the existing visual outlook, replacing views of landscaped open space, sky, and trees with a largely blank facade and some windows staring down at mine. Lack of privacy is an impact. This lack of privacy is in addition to the anticipated loss of sunlight, the shadowing, the inevitable loss of a landscaped side yard garden that I maintain, and the significant reduction of natural light into my rooms facing the wall of 140 FENN Avenue. These impacts would be further intensified if the proposed removal of existing mature trees along the side yard goes ahead. They currently provide screening and may mitigate some of the effects of massing. With the deck well above grade, lack of trees is going to have quite an impact on a yard that I use constantly and where I garden very actively. The cumulative impact of increased height, close proximity, and tree removal goes beyond what the zoning bylaw anticipates for this area. Third, the variance does not maintain the intent of the zoning bylaw. The 7.5 meter limit is specifically intended to ensure appropriate separation between buildings and to protect access to light and sky. Approval here would represent a clear departure from that zoning framework. And finally, the variance does not maintain the intent of the official plan, which requires new development to respect existing neighborhood character and minimize adverse impacts on adjacent properties. The proposed variance will produce adverse effects, is inconsistent with the immediate neighborhood character and architecture, and is incompatible with adjacent homes. The drawings do not show the adjacent homes. Since 140 FENN will be redeveloped, I'd like to see the already generous zoning bylaw followed to reduce the disproportionate effects of a home too large and too tall for its lot and for the neighboring much smaller homes. Thank you. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the committee to refuse the requested variance. I appreciate your time.
All right, thank you. Questions? All right, I'd like to turn it back to the agent now, give him an opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would request the staff to bring up the exhibit 1 and 2. I just wanted to emphasize that the 8.57 meter height is only where the windows are, and most of the eave is 7.31. I also like to emphasize that there is no building height variance, there is no side yard variance, there is no lot coverage variance. So all of the concern, we are confident they are kind of minimum with if this variance is approved. This is just to meet the building code requirement of that every bedroom should have a window. Otherwise, there is no intention to have these windows. So there is no side yard, there is no building length, there is no building height, there is no lot coverage, there is no front yard, there is no reduction in landscape. This is a very minimum application with the new development. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Questions? Mr. Nitfield.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have concern with the rear deck. It's very big and it's very high. Excuse me. In some cases, we've suggested that there be screening provided on either end of the deck to provide for privacy. But in this particular case, given the bulk of the building and the size of the deck, the screening might actually add to the visual bulk of the building. At this point, I'm not convinced that variance number 1 should be approved. I think that the deck should be smaller. I'm interested to hear your comments on that.
I would like the staff to show the site plan drawing. On the east side yard, the neighbor has a garage and there is a shed. So we're confident there's no overlook onto any of their amenity space. And that's where we're talking about the number 138 FENN Avenue. Mm-hmm. Perhaps we have a support letter from the neighbors too. And on the number 142, there is a big separation between the deck and the neighbors. So we're confident there's not going to be any overlook. Perhaps if the committee member feels that there is a need for the screen, we can provide a solar screen or opaque glass railing. Thank you.
Other questions? All right. Let's take this into committee. Oh. You're here to speak to the application. I apologize. Okay. So come on down to the podium. Please state your name and address. To our agent listening, I'm going to give the agent another opportunity to speak because I thought we were already finished with those other parties. But that's fine. This happens. Good time that you spoke up. Now, if you guys, are you guys speaking? Okay, so, okay, very good. Name and address, and the floor is yours.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, great. I'm Peter Earnshaw. I'm at 18 Breen Crescent. I am southwest of the subject property, right on the corner of the lot, right on the corner of the lot.
You said number 18?
Yeah, correct.
All right, thank you.
So, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for taking time to listen to my thoughts. I've got three things that I wanted to cover, and I'll explain them. One is the many variances that I think add up to something greater than a minor request. There is an error in the public hearing notice document that I wanted to point out as well. And I do view this as a major change in use of the elevated deck relative to the planning guidelines. So, first of all, I would say on the deck size, it's 50% larger than what the appropriate setback based on the planning guides would provide. If with an 8-foot extension or 2.5 meters and going to 12 feet, it's 50% bigger. So it's huge, 24 by 12. It's also 125% higher than the approved variance. So of 4 feet above the ground, it's now 10 feet above the ground. So it's very, very dominant. There is, as the lady from number 142 said, there is a side setback issue, and that's been reduced by 35%, down from 2.7 meters to 1.8 meters. With respect to the deck, I don't know which side of that's on. So additionally, the error that I wanted to point out in the hearing notice is that it does extend into the rear setback limits. It says it's 1.3 meters, but that doesn't account for the set of stairs that come off the elevated deck, which puts it back another 4 feet or 1.2 meters. So it is actually sticking out further if you include the platform for the stairs and the stairs. So in summary, my concern is that the height being 125% higher than allowed, 4 feet up to 10 feet, a 50% deeper deck, and stairs going down to the ground, it changes the intended use. You've got access from the house and access from the ground. It's going to be used for barbecues and entertainment, whatnot. It is just not a balcony anymore. It is like a living space that's 10 feet off the ground that looks over my neighbor's house and my house to some degree, but it's worse over there. So those are my concerns.
All right, thank you. Questions? Mr. Margieri.
Sorry, you're the neighbor at the back? You share the backyard with?
He's at
Both
number
neighbors
20,
at
I'm
the
at
back.
number 18, so I'm on kitty corner.
All right, thank you.
18 and 20. Okay.
20 is directly behind, yeah.
I'm trying to understand the adjacencies and the impacts here on the individual properties. Oh, yeah, I have it.
18 and 20 Breen Crescent,
Those
correct?
look, they're great, those maps.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Okay, thank you for that submission. No questions, but I would like to hear from you.
Sure. My submission, I suppose, will be quite short in comparison.
Before you get going, give us your name and address.
My
for
name
the
is
record.
Alex. I'm speaking to 20 Breen Crescent. It's actually the property owner is my mother, who is currently in the hospital. So we haven't actually had time to process this. This was brought to my attention by my neighbor who just spoke.
Of course.
And we received this hearing notice to the mailbox while I was in the ER with my mother. We were there for like 3 days. She's still there, and she would probably love to submit herself. So I'm not exactly sure procedurally if I should be requesting a deferral or if I should just speak to this. But her property is directly behind. She enjoys gardening. similar to the owner of 142 FENN Avenue. And the deck is a serious concern. As my neighbors just pointed out, it's very high. It looks into the backyard at 20 Breen directly if it were there, with like a plunging angle. And there's a concern around the size of the deck also and the usage of that deck at that size.
All right. Yeah, fair enough. Questions? Okay. Thank you very much for that submission. I'm now, nobody else here to speak to this item? And nobody else online, staff? All right, let's get our agent back. Provide him an opportunity to respond. So now we have some testimony from the immediate neighbors, both immediate neighbors at the rear, some concerns about privacy and on look. Provide the agent an opportunity to respond.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Yeah.
Staff, if you could bring the site plan again on the screen.
Sir, you can step down. You can sit down. Yeah.
I would appreciate if the staff can bring the site plan. Please note there is no rear yard setback. If we closely look at zoning examiner is taking a stringent, review. The wall, the deck is actually 3.05 meter from the rear wall, but they are taking on to the 3.66. So, assuming if this variance is not approved, the situation would not change. The deck will be built perhaps maybe at 2.5 meter, perhaps maybe 2.7 meter away from the its east lot line. And the situation or the concern perhaps remains the same. But we believe with the back big large tree, which we are planning to maintain, with the trees on the west side, we're planning to maintain, there will not be any overlook or any concern with respect to the privacy. So we believe this extension of a meter approximately is not invasive into the backyard of our own property or perhaps to the neighbor's property. So we believe these are minor variances. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? All right, members, let's take this into committee.
I can.
Mr. Maggiari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can start it off. I have concern with variance 1 and 3. I think the deck is a problem.
Yes.
It's not minor. I think it's high. It's projected beyond the rear yard setback. I totally agree with the neighbors. I definitely wouldn't like that deck to be at the overlooking my backyard, so I cannot support variance 1 and 3. I don't have any problem with variance 2. I think the height is within the range that we usually approve. And considering that the height is maintained below the height allowance, so I'm fine with that, but variance 1 and 3 are problems for me.
Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I completely agree with my colleague. I have trouble with 1 and 3 and I can't support them. And I do understand that variance 2 is reasonable because it doesn't apply to the entire wall. It's only to allow for the windows, but I'm unable to support variance 1 and variance 3.
Okay. Maybe a very quick comment. I struggle with number 2 as well, and I'll tell you why. I understand it's just for a portion of the window, but the reason that those windows have to get jacked right up into the roof is because they've set the first floor height so goddamn high. Excuse my language, but it's so high up that it becomes difficult. That's why these variances become necessary. So you get these dormers on the sidewall, right? I struggle. There's certain parts of the city where I think this is more than acceptable. We see this typology, but I'm not sure in in the immediate context. There's a couple new builds, but there's not a lot. I mean, the built form is still pretty. The original built form, I should say, is still pretty intact. So I'm a little apprehensive about some of these changes that they may facilitate. But I do understand, and maybe worth pointing out as well, the neighbors may not understand that the variance for the main wall height is just for a portion of that window on the side. But as I stated, I do struggle with it because of what it facilitates the raising of that first floor, which I think is very problematic in this case. Sorry, I had to get that comment out there about the side main wall height because it's challenging. We see it all the time, and I'm not quite sure how to apply in this case in terms of. I'm still evaluating with respect to the Ford test on that variance, I guess. Any other comments from members? Maybe a motion, see where it goes.
I also want to add one more thing, that variance 1 and 3 are creating a problem with the tree, and Urban Forestry requested turning down the variance 1 and 3 because of the put condition number 5 for that.
All right. Oh, he said he's, Mr. Marchari, do you want to? I think he says he's not in support of 1 and 3, and he noted that forestry had some concerns as well with respect to a red oak tree.
Denying 1 and 3, yes.
Yeah, in addition to some of the comments made. Okay. That's a motion, Mr. Margieri?
I can put forward a motion. As I said, I would approve variance number 2, but I refuse variance number 1 and 3. That's my motion.
Okay. Do I have a second, Mr. Nitfill? All in favor? Okay. I'll add to that. Okay, that motion carries. The application is approved in part, and we have condition. You have our forestry condition number 1.
Yes,
Right.
forestry condition number 1.
And with condition staff. Sorry,
Yes.
make sure that got captured.
Yes, and also, sorry, let me repeat that. So, and also condition of the planning staff to the side wall height to be developed substantially with the side elevations.
Okay. Just for point of clarification, no, go ahead. I want to.
Let me go through that. So
We don't know
still
what the
condition
1
2 applies, right?
It's still, they still may pertain number 1.
Yeah, so 2. Yes, forestry 2. 1 and 3. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So number. Unless, you know specifically what number 2 is for, the variance? If they're asking, is it, we don't know, it could pertain to a different tree. Okay, we better leave that to forestry. Okay.
Let's keep condition 2 for the forestry, if you don't mind.
Okay, can we just get a point of clarification? I apologize, it's a little confusing. As chair here, let's just get us back on track.
Okay.
Mr. Margiari, we get a motion.
To approve variance 2 subject to the condition of planning staff that the side main walls develop substantially with side elevations, and also forestry condition number 2.
Okay.
Refuse 1 and 3. 1 and 3, no, because it's all about the deck, the rear deck.
Do I need to check that?
Tying it to the elevation, that can be a problem, right?
Substantially in
Yes.
accordance with. I think it's not, yeah.
So, and I mentioned that it's the wall height, the main wall height, not the deck. So, yeah, side main wall. So variance number 2.
Their deck will come
Yes.
as an as of
Yeah.
right, likely. Okay. We have a motion from Mr. Martiari, the second by Mr. Nitfill, still on table. All in favor, just get that count again. That's unanimous. All right, that's been approved in part with condition. All right, you can tell it's getting late in the day. Okay, item number 24. We're okay, staff? Are we okay we don't need a break? We can keep going? Okay. All right, item 24, 32 Chipping Road, 32 Chipping Road. Purpose of this application is to alter the existing one-story detached dwelling by constructing a second-story addition, a one-story addition on the west side, a two-story rear addition, and a front covered porch and a rear deck. 2 variances, lot coverage and driveway width. On file material from the applicant, correspondence with transportation. Where is our agent?
Hi, Mr. Chair.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Your name and address, please.
My name is Sarush Kalustian from HSK Design, 1800A Avenue Road, North York.
All right, hold on there. Anybody here to speak to this item? Staff, do we have another speaker online? Oh, it's the owner. Okay, so let's go back to the agent. I presume you're representing the owner. We're not going to hear from the owner, are we?
Correct, I'm representing.
All right, very good. I'm going to ask my colleagues if they would like a presentation. Okay, no presentation required. If it's all right with you, I'll take it into committee.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
All right, let's move into committee. Yes, let's go out of committee. Sir, you're aware of the comments from transportation. I did mention in my intro that there was some correspondence or a memo from transportation.
Yes, I'm aware. It looks like they're okay with the proposal. They just made a couple of comments to add into our site plan, which we actually already did, and we sent it back to staff.
Okay, so you're aware of the recommendations that they're making should this be approved?
Correct.
All right. Okay, let's go back into committee. Mr. Nipfil.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is very straightforward and I think quite minor. I have personally no difficulties with it. Excuse me, it clearly meets the 4 tests. I'd like to move approval subject to the transportation conditions.
All right, I have a seconder. Mr. Marziari, all in favor? That's unanimous. That application is approved. All right, moving along. Number 25, 116 Elvaston Drive. The purpose of this application is to construct a second-story addition to the existing dwelling in conjunction with other interior and exterior alterations. 3 variances: side main wall height, west side yard setback, and number of stories. On file, material from the applicant, a memo from Community Planning, Urban Forestry, TRCA, a letter of support from 128 Elvaston Drive, and a late report from 118. Presume that's Elvaston Drive as well. Okay. We have our agent or applicant. Welcome, sir. Just make sure the mic's on there so people at home can hear you. Is it lit up?
Hello? Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
Yes. My name is Arben Spati, the MD agent for the owner, 1287 Strapi Avenue, Mississauga.
All right. So you've had some discussion with community planning on this application?
Yes, we agreed for that.
Okay. Maybe we just get a brief presentation. Just bring us up to speed in terms of where you're at with the application, what you're here to ask for today. Maybe some of the discussion that occurred with community planning.
Yes, it's straightforward, only 2 minutes presentation. It's just building a second-story addition on top of the existing house. There are only 3 variances, and we agreed with the planner to reduce the height from 7.88 meter to 7.5. There is no objection from the forestry and ravine and from TRCA.
Yes, so we did a modification to one of the variances?
Yes, it's done, and you have a cover letter there written that the height is reduced.
Yes, the side main wall height, initially proposed on the notice is 7.88. It's been reduced to
7.5. 7 meters.
7.7.
I think you should have the plans over there revised, but maybe not.
We do. I have to get it on the record, though.
Okay, okay.
And okay, and no changes to the other two variances. So we're looking at a reduction in the
just
minimum height.
building on top of the existing house.
All right. Yes, understood. All right. And I believe there has been a revised plans as well, revised elevations. That's correct. Just ask staff to pull those up.
Yes, this is revised 7.7 meter, and even the height is reduced a little bit, the height of the house, altogether with the main wall height.
Can we I just want a point of clarification. If we pull up the revised drawing elevation, I believe it's just scroll here.
I think it's clouded over there, the revision.
So if we just go to the proposed front elevation, drawing A13, I just want to confirm we've got the right measurements here, because I'm noticing you've noted the floor to ceiling heights on the elevation drawing at 2.74, which is consistent with the original drawings. I don't know if that's an error or that was intended to be reduced to 2.56.
Well, the height, you're talking for the first floor height?
The second floor height.
The second floor height is going to be 2. Yes, sure, it's reduced. It's
Okay,
reduced
so the drawing is
altogether.
incorrect then?
It's reduced the numbers of the elevations, so if you can do the...
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yes.
I have a...
It is reduced in all the elevations, cloud.
Okay. Just to understand what we're working with here. All right, members?
So what's wrong, the floor height?
It's the floor to ceilings. I've been looking at the original plans versus the revised ones. The 2.74 meters has actually been reduced. While they updated the elevation marker, they didn't update the actual floor to ceiling height on the second. So I just maybe bring that to. I don't want an issue down the road or a misunderstanding. But
it is only 15 centimeters, so nothing is changed with the height. It's going to be...
Mr. Chair, if you don't tie it to plans, the change in the variance is what it has to be adhered to at a building permit stage. So he'll have to submit plans that complies.
Correct, yeah.
So it's not really, you don't need to do that correction now if you don't intend to tie it to plans.
If we don't intend to tie
Correct.
it to plans, yeah. Okay.
There was also an objection in the added.
Yeah, it should read 2.56 as the floor to ceiling height there. Okay, members, any questions? No?
Has the applicant seen there's an objection in the added materials? Has he seen that?
Yeah, so we've, well, let's ask him.
At 118.
In the late package?
Yeah. It's from 118, I think. Excuse me. Yeah, this is it here.
Oh, staff got it up on the screen?
Yeah. So I don't know if you've seen it.
Okay. I know the AIC's been down. Are you aware of, we've got a letter of objection. Have you seen the letter?
Not actually.
Okay.
Maybe he talked with the owner, but it's not shown in the system, this letter, when I was checking every day.
Yeah, fair enough. And it has been down. Staff notified me this morning that it's not available to the public where it normally would be. Okay. Staff, how long is this letter? Because I do want to give the applicant a chance to address it. Take a moment, sir. Just give it a read.
Yep.
All right. I give you an opportunity to respond, and especially
Yes.
since of the immediate neighbor.
Actually, I don't have any comment from zoning for this, what the neighbor is asking, and even from the city staff, but maybe you can put a condition to have an opaque screen on the, I think it's in the, on the, let me see, west side of the house, just for the privacy. But there is no any comment from zoning or city staff for that. But we can put it.
All right. Yep, fair enough.
Yeah.
Members, questions at this time?
I'm not clear, excuse me, I'm not actually clear on the lady's concern. Is it that that deck has got a roof on it? Is that what she's concerned with? Because she said the proposal calls for the roof line on the west side to meet the extreme limit of the roof line on the north side. I just wanted to understand her concern.
I'm not sure what
You don't know either.
what he's asking,
Just me then.
but this is the existing deck in the first floor, which if you see the existing elevations, it was covered before.
Other questions? All right. Thank you, sir. I'm going to take this into committee now, have a brief discussion. Okay, let's move into committee. And you could step down.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, Mr. Nipville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I personally don't have any difficulty with this. I think it, excuse me, I think it's a supportable application. I think it clearly meets the four tests. I'd like to move approval without any conditions.
All right, I have a seconder, second by Mr. Maggiari. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous. You have your approval, sir? Okay. Item 26, 394 Glengrove Avenue. The purpose of the application is to construct a new two-story detached dwelling with integral garage and cabana in the rear yard. Variances for rear deck setback from an east side lot line, front porch encroachment, lot coverage, building height, building length, building depth, front yard setback, east side yard setback, and west side yard setback. On file, material from the applicant, memo from Urban Forestry, community planning, and a few form letters in support from area residents. We have our agent with us.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. My name is Lamore Benmore Mizrahi of LB Mizrahi Architect, Inc. at 321 Hidden Trail, North York, Ontario. I'm the architect and agent for the proposed dwelling.
All right. Before we get any further, we have anybody in person to speak to this item? No. Steph? And we have somebody online. All right. We'll get the 5 minutes up whenever you're ready.
I may ask the moderator to, yes, thank you. 394 Glengrove is within the established Bedford Park neighborhood, which contains a mix of 2- and 3-story custom homes. Slide 2 shows the existing dwelling, and in slide 3 you will see images of surrounding homes on Glengrove and adjacent streets. The proposal before you is a 2-story family dwelling for a family of 4, designed in a French transitional style that reflects the restrained and elegant character common in this neighborhood. Before this hearing, my client circulated information packages to over 15 neighbors. Additionally, on January 26, I spoke directly with the neighbor at 396 Glengrove to the west to clarify our plans and the hearing process. I provided information regarding the foundation and the tree in their backyard, and we have shared the relevant arborist report to ensure all concerns were addressed. That overall outreach was well received. We are requesting 10 minor variances. On slide number 6, we have surveyed the 5 homes along Glengrove. When looking at the survey and lot condition, you will notice that this property is unusually small for this zone. While RD zoning assumes an 18-meter lot frontage, this lot, as in 396 Glengrove to the west, is just 15.24 meters wide and significantly less deep at 120 feet, whereas neighboring lots have 175 feet deep lots. It also sits on an angled front-to-back geometry. This configuration drives the numerical variances, which translate into very modest physical impacts on site. On slide number 7, you will see that because the lot is narrower than the zoning contemplates, achieving 2 full 1.8 meter side yards would result in an unusually narrow house. On the east side, the reduced 0.9 meter setback occurs only at the garage portion for 6.9 meters to provide ample parking, then steps back to 1.2 meters. And on the west side, we are maintaining the existing 1.2 meter side yard and are not bringing the house any closer than it is today. Slide 8 shows comparable setbacks approved in the area, reflecting a consistent pattern of similar or more reduced setbacks. Regarding variance number 8, the front yard setback, we are proposing 5.94 meters to align with 396 Glengrove and maintain the prevailing streetscape. This variance is also driven and amplified by the angular geometry of the lot. The existing home is situated at 6.78 meters from the front property line, and under the current bylaw, that existing condition is already non-compliant. With respect to the height, length, and depth variances, slide 9, our proposed height is 10.67 meters, where 10 meters is permitted. The hipped roof has been shaped to minimize visual impact, peaking at the center and sloping away. Similar approvals ranging from 10.96 to 11.54 meters have been granted at 370 Glengrove, 451 Lytton, and multiple properties on Coldstream and Alexander Wood. Note there is no variance for building wall height. The slight increases in building length and depth are due to a small front entrance projection and a one-story rear bump out at an angled lot, This is shown on the enlarged site plan on slide 7. Yes. Slide 10 depicts approvals in the area with much larger values for length and depth for your reference. With respect to lot coverage, variance number 3, it's important to clarify what is actually driving the number before you. The cabana and its adjacent covered terrace together account for approximately 4% of the total proposed lot coverage. These are low, open, single-story structures that replaced an existing detached garage, but they are included in the calculation. When those elements are excluded, the lot coverage for the house alone is 40.6%. That figure is very much in line with approvals in the surrounding area, many of which are on significantly larger lots, as seen on slide number 11. For example, 380 Courtleigh was approved at 41.23%, 43 Frontenac at 41.5%, and 203 Coldstream Avenue at 48.2%. More recently, 19 West Grove Avenue, just nearby, was approved at 45.74%. In that context, the proposed coverage for the house itself is consistent with the established pattern of development in the neighborhood, and the higher overall percentage is largely a function of the small lot size and the inclusion of an accessory outdoor structure rather than an oversized dwelling. In closing, these variances arise because the lot is unusually small and irregular, and the zoning provisions do not translate neatly to this parcel. The design respects neighborhood precedent and aligns with the pattern of approval shown in comparable decisions. We believe this application meets all the 4 tests of the Planning Act and respectfully request approval. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, thank you. Questions? Okay. Staff, is anybody here to speak to this item in person? We have somebody online? All right, let's get them on.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Thank you, committee members, for the opportunity to express my concerns to the new development at 394 Glengrove. My name is Jan Petropoulos, and I'm the owner of 396 Glengrove, the house to the west of 394. I've been in the neighborhood. I bought the house 30 years ago and have enjoyed the neighborhood for the last 30 years. There's definitely been plenty of change, as everybody knows, in our community, and I've supported the change over the years, the ones particularly that have respected the neighborhood's have basically respected the community and also the environment. I am particularly concerned with what has gone on in our neighborhood with preserving, protecting our environment, particularly the mature trees, which makes our community, so desirable, not to mention, a beautiful place. I have 4 main concerns with this proposed development. I did speak to the architect and she did clarify some of my concerns, but I still feel that I would like to express the variance or express my worries. So number 1, I'll just highlight them and then I'll go into more detail. Number 1, the west side setback, variance number 9, I think it is. Number 2 is the new build lot coverage, which I think is number 3, number 4, number 5, which is with regards to the height, the depth, and the setback at the back, I think. And number 3, my really main concern is the protection of our 30-year-old tree. Although the arborist has provided a proposal or whatever recommendation, I still really am concerned with, again, the environment, the nature in my backyard and around. A little bit more detail about my concern. Number 1, west side setback. As I expressed to Lemore, the architect, over the last 30 years, we've had quite a number of situations where the drainage between the houses has been a worry. The foundation, the homes are 65 years old, and although we've maintained things, having a huge excavation of a massive property, doubling the size of the existing, can only potentially jeopardize the foundation of my property. So needing to understand that the government, the city, will ensure shoring is done, drainage is looked at. Again, I really need that reassurance. And again, the fact that they are going along the same lot line, the same foundation is one thing, but that isn't what a new build, the requirements. 30 years ago, when I purchased it, a year later, I put in a pool, and the pool company Gibson Pools, which is one of the top respected pool companies, chose not to go in between our homes because they were concerned with how close the homes were, as well as the foundations of both properties. Instead, I paid my neighbor to the west, to use their access for my development or for my construction. Number 2, this height, the depth, the size of the property. Privacy is everything for, somebody that's been here for 30 years. And the fact that this home has windows looking into our backyard, which again is our oasis, our tree, which is going to be pruned back or, cut back to quite a bit, given the size of the setback or the length of the home. So again, that is a huge worry. And again, the only access to our backyard is on this side of our home. So on top of the size of the depth of this home, my worry is for the next 18 months or 24 months of construction, I need to ensure that I can get into our backyard. One, for a number of reasons, for property maintenance, for, pool maintenance, for just lifestyle. And number 3, again, the protection of a 30-year-old tree. It's an integral part of our backyard. It provides privacy, shade, openness, and again, the aggressive proposal to be pruning back this tree, given this, again, the depth of the home, the closeness to the lot line, is a big concern. Aeration, openness, all the other things people have been saying is something that this neighborhood is why people buy in this neighborhood. So the lighting in our backyard, the gardening, our garden, aeration for our grass, everything is at risk. I'll leave it at that. But again, being respectful of the people that have been in the community and making sure that the new goals or the new wishes of the people that are buying should also be considerate of those that have been here. Finally, again, there's a cabana being built. I did talk to the architect about that. There's no pool in the proposal, in the whatever the pictures, the survey or the whatever you call it. And apparently that may be postponed. My worry is, how are you going to build a pool when between the houses, their part is, I don't know, maybe, I don't know, a yard and a half or something like that. So you can't get a bobcat down there.
All right.
So will we then be?
I'm gonna have to interject. I'm gonna have to interject there because you're a minute over already.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Okay. Let's.
address. Could I get?
Oh yes. To our last speaker, can we just get your address for the record? No, I know she said it. She's the media.
396 Glengrove.
Thank you. Right.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. Let's get our agent back.
Yes. Right. Are you ready?
Yes. Whenever you're
Okay,
ready.
through you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to address some of these concerns. A lot of them I already addressed with her, so I'm just going to reiterate it here. The neighbor expressed concern regarding the 30-year-old tree on her property. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I had shared the relevant arborist correspondence with her and had assured her that the project is subject to the city's private tree bylaw. We are committed to installing all required tree protection hoarding prior to any site work to ensure the long-term health of the neighboring canopy. So that's, something that is very regulated. To address, was there any concern about her foundation that she mentioned in this portion, or was that just on the letter?
I believe there was a brief. There were. I did hear a note of concern about foundation and
Foundation, yeah. So the construction will be overseen by a structural engineer, and we're required to comply with the Ontario Building Code and city excavation standards as part of the building process. We will be ensuring proper shoring and protection measures are in place to maintain the structural integrity of the adjacent properties. This is very common in these new builds. She did mention her concern about, was it variances number 9, the west side yard setback. The side yard setback is currently the same as the existing. The only difference is the very, and if you can go actually to the next, to the enlarged site plan, that way it'll be easier for you to look at. Oh, that is the one. Sorry, you're right. That is it. Okay. In my presentation, I just have it highlighted. If you can go to the presentation drawings, I don't remember which page that was, but it is, yeah, that one over there where you see the yellow. If you can just zoom into that yellow enlarged site plan. Okay, so you'll see here that the proposed building depth is at 19.17. You see the 0.17 is really just that little between the two red lines. That is the overage over there, and it only occurs on that little corner. When we speak of the building length variance, if you can just scroll down. So the allowable building length is at, no, right there. Where were you before? Just keep it at that site plan. Just a little zoom in. Yeah, perfect. Even, okay. Sorry, I can't really see it. I can't see the top portion where it says the building. There you go. So the allowable, you'll see the allowable building depth is 19, and we're at 19.17. And the proposed building length is 17.33, not including that one-story extension, which is allowed to be at 19. So there is a very slight overage, and had we complied with the bylaw completely, and this is all because of these, the angular nature of the lot, then we would have been very similar, if not in the same sort of area as we are now, with the building being beyond that tree. So as of right, that would have been basically the same area. And what else did she talk about? It was lot coverage I've covered already, so I'm not going to repeat it. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything else that I missed from her discussion, but I did assure her in my discussion with her on the 26th that we will take every caution to not only make sure that the tree is going to be good with the foundation. Oh, and she did mention drainage, sorry. So I did discuss this with her on the phone. This is all part of our lot grading plan and is regulated by the city. There will be no overflow of water into her backyard. And in fact, the property does slope from back to front very nicely. So there would be ease of water flow through that area. That's
All right.
basically, yeah. Unless you have any more questions for me.
Questions? All right. Okay, thank you very much.
No problem.
Okay, let's take this into committee. Mr. Nifel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a supportable application. I think it clearly meets the 4 tests. I'd like to move approval subject to a number of conditions. One, the planning condition that variance number 3, which is the maximum lot coverage, be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan. I'd like to also suggest that variance number 9 and 10, the east and west side yard setbacks, be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan. As noted, the narrow side yard is only applicable for a certain portion of the wall, and I think that would capture it. I'd like to recommend a condition that the covered terrace remain open on the north and east side, and that there be a forestry number 2 condition. 1, 2, I believe that's all.
Mr. DeVille, maybe a friendly inclusion of condition that the porch remain unexcavated below. I know that will change the building depth, but I don't want to.
Sure.
My concern is sort of really pushing at the limits here, and yeah.
I'm happy. That's fine.
I need to know that's going to remain a structure at the real and not part of the building.
Sure. Okay.
Do I have a seconder?
Support the motion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Marziari. All in favor? Okay, unanimous. The application is approved with condition. Okay, everybody, we're okay to keep going? Yes. Yeah.
Okay. 5 minutes break. She wants a break.
5, yeah.
You want it?
Should we take? Yeah, okay. I'm gonna stand us down for 5 minutes. It's 5:53. I just want to give members and staff a relief break, and then we will continue, and we'll complete our 4 p.m. session as soon as we get back. Thank you for your patience. We'll be back in 5. All right, we are back. Thank you, everybody, for your patience. We are on item number 27.
Yes.
I'm looking to you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I gotta wait for staff to get back. I just want to make
All
sure
right,
we're
you're right.
online.
Yes, we have to wait. You were fast in coming back.
We also remind members just to make sure your video's on. Back. Ms. Klein. There we go. Yeah, we were waiting for staff. We almost started without you. So the recording back up? No problem. Good. All right. Item number 2753 Johnston Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new detached dwelling with a front porch and a rear deck. Variances include lot coverage, side main wall height, number of stories, main pedestrian entrance, height, number of platforms permitted on a rear main wall, front porch balcony area, and rear deck balcony area. On file, material from the applicant, few form letters in support from area residents, a staff report from community planning, and a late form letter in support from number 45, Johnston. Okay, we have our agent with us. Welcome back, sir.
Thank you so much. Happy to be back.
Thank you for your patience. As always.
My name is Hamid Behesht from Homeland. I am the co-designer of the house from 49 Wycliffe Crescent in Toronto.
All right. You have, I know the AIC has been down. You have, I should check and make sure that you've are up to date with the file. There is a report from community planning in there.
Yes, I have seen it. Yes.
Okay. And you're aware of the concern over the number of platforms?
Yes, I would like to explain if possible.
Yes, of course. And my next point is 5 minutes is up and the floor is yours.
Right. Would you like me to have a full presentation or just talk about the staff report?
Members? Yeah, perhaps before we get to it, maybe we can focus in on the issues from staff and, you know, via Q&A if there's any other concerns we can raise them.
Sure.
Mr. Deputy Secretary, you said, oh, thank you. Yes, any modifications?
No, there's no change, no.
Okay, thank you. Whenever you're ready.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I would like to correct 3 mistakes which are in the report. The report says that we have an elevated rear second-story walkout deck with stairs. We don't have any stairs from the deck. 0, nothing. And also it says we also have a ground level deck. We don't have a deck at the ground level. The ground level is even with the basement. Simply, we get out from the basement and it's the backyard level. Also, the report says that the subject property is at the south side of Florence Avenue, while our property is at the south side of Johnston Avenue, not Florence. So I'm really not sure if this report is for this property, but whether or not, I was in contact with Mr. Wilser. I unfortunately have forgotten the last name. Mr. Wilser Cannell, and he had initially focused on the height of the sidewalls, and I explained why the height of the sidewalls are more than allowed, and he was totally okay. But then, surprisingly, he issued a staff report and focused this time on the number of platforms. If he was in contact with me and mentioned the number of platforms, I would explain that this is very normal. And I would like the staff to show slide number 3, please, to focus on the report. I would like to start from 2, please. Slide number 2. All right. Here we can see the side walls, which are increased for the second floor windows. It's very normal. I don't want to waste your time explaining that. But I would like to take your attention to the finished grade of this property, which are shown in by green stripes. There's a huge natural topography of this property from the front to the rear by 1.2 meters or 4 feet. The back of this property is full 4 feet lower than the front, and that is responsible for the variances you are seeing. Kindly go to slide number 3, please. The change of the topography, which is out of everybody's control, it's just act of God, has made this house technically 3-story. And obviously the number of platforms we're seeing are 2. It is nothing than a regular deck, wooden deck, having access from the first floor, technically being second floor, and a very small size balcony, very small, both, which complies with the requirements of the bylaw. Its width, its setback, its depth, its area, everything complies. Has an access from the second floor master bedroom. So as I said, if Mr. Cannell was in contact with me, I would explain that this is really not a problem and it's very normal for this type of houses. We can continue as long as I have time. Kindly show slide number 4, please. Right, these are the samples of the other houses in the immediate neighborhood, in the very same block. Houses of 40 and 60 Johnston, 64 A and B Johnston, 66 and 68 Johnston, and 70 and 72. Kindly show the next. Right, these are the neighborhoods that we approach, the neighbors that we approach. My client and I spoke to many neighbors, and along with some verbal supports, we also collected 5 written supports. The supports are from number 45, 49, 54, 57, and 69. Quite interestingly, 2 of these supporting letters are from the immediate adjacent neighbors from the left and right side. So now that I believe that, especially the adjacent neighbors are okay with the proposal, so why not just allowing it? And in terms of the other condition in the staff report, I heard it from Mr. Neifel today, and I heard it from
you, Mr. Chair, like a year ago or so, that these suggested screens, privacy screens, actually gives more harm than use, because it adds to the mass of the building. So although I also don't believe in them, but if you want it, I have no problem with those privacy screens. Also, I'm totally okay with the approval tied to the side elevations. Thank you. My time is up.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Questions? All right. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to take this into committee. We'll have a brief discussion. All right, let's move this into committee. Yes, Mr. Maggiari.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I think overall it's a supportable application. I had a bit of concern with the second floor, or in this case third floor balcony, but since there's no objection by the neighbors, I don't have any problem with that. So I'm ready to make a motion if my colleagues don't have anything to comment.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be honest. I share a similar concern. Planning. It's, you know, I understand the idea the second floor is really the first floor. It's a technical matter, and I do see the elevation change down towards the rear. My concern is that, you know, regardless, even though it's still the first floor from an operational standpoint, it's still 11 feet in the air. And I question whether or not a variance is desirable in this case. Certainly support from the neighbors is helpful on both sides, but aside from that, everything else appears in line to me. But if there's no other comments, please, by all means, go ahead.
Sure. So
make
I
a
put
motion.
forward a motion to approve this application subject to the two conditions and planning memo. Do I need to read them?
Okay. And that's the report dated Jan 28th, 2026.
Dated January 28th, correct.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Okay, Ms. Klein seconds that. All in favor? Okay, and Mr. Allison will be opposed. Stated why earlier, but very good. The motion carries. The application is approved.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair.
All right.
Thank you, committee.
Mr. Chairman, could I make a clarification? This gentleman indicated that I have previously said that screening adds to the bulk of the building. I didn't say that. I said that screening can, depending on the individual context, can make the building look bigger. I believe that screening is appropriate in this case and in many others. So I just wanted to confirm that I'm not opposed to screening.
Okay.
It's an
He got that on the record.
Yes, I did.
He heard it.
Sorry for the confusion.
All right. We are moving right along. Item number 28, 10 Chapel Hill Road. Purpose of the application is to construct a second-story addition to the existing dwelling in conjunction with other interior and exterior alterations. The applicant is also proposing the construction of a new detached garage. 3 variances before us: south side yard setback, driveway width, and eave projection. On file material from the applicant, correspondence with transportation, and letter in support from number 8, number 9, and number 16 Chapel Hill Road. Welcome.
I'm coming again. My name is Sarben Spati, the agent for the owner, 1287 Strath Avenue.
All right.
Mississauga.
Is it modified application we're dealing with? Is there some modifications? Or no?
Actually, I put a modification myself. Didn't know that transportation didn't have any problem with the width of the driveway. So it would be great if I stay with their comment that they approve.
Sure, yes. I do note transportation did weigh in.
So they are saying that we can maintain 6.08. Yes, the width of the driveway, which myself, maybe I did wrong, thinking different, made it. You have a cover letter to make it a little bit not so wider, but the transportation didn't have any comment about that.
Yeah, I
So
do
it would be great if I can keep it like 6.08 meter. And disregarding my
Well, that is what is on the public notice. You're not required to make any modifications. That is your choice. I don't have any issue with keeping the driveway width at 6.08.
So
That's what was
please,
applied
if you
for.
can disregard my cover letter.
Understood. So my understanding is there was a modification made, but you found out that transportation was okay with it
Yeah.
as is, didn't need to make the modification.
Exactly.
Understood. Any questions? No? All right. If it's all right with you, we'll take it into committee?
Yes, sure.
All right, let's go into committee. Yes, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is very straightforward. Obviously, it meets the 4 tests. I'd like to move approval, subject to the transportation condition.
Okay, second by Mr. Margiari. All in favor? All right, that's unanimous. You have your approval, sir. You as well. Number 29, 46 Brooke Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new 3-story detached dwelling with integral garage and a covered deck at the rear. Got a number of variances on this one. Rear deck setback from an east lot line, front canopy setback from a west lot line, side yard setback from a west lot line, side yard setback from an east lot line, first floor height, building height, side main wall height, building length, lot coverage, platform area, number of stories, platform encroachment into a rear and side yard setback, and 3 more variances for platform and canopy encroachment. On file, material from the applicant, correspondence with community planning, letter of concern from 60 Ridley Boulevard, and the South Armor Residents Association. We've got our agent in person. I'm going to interject for a moment. So because we're in a hybrid hearing, we cannot have any display boards. Yeah, I'd love to. I'd love a good display board,
Just
but
wanted to tell you about 60 Ridley.
yeah, and I'm going to ask: is any of that information it's in the file?
Yeah, I don't know if I sent a photo of that.
Okay, fair enough. But you can give us the address.
Okay.
And anything you want to refer us to in the file, please do. And the reason is just because not everybody is here, and we have to make sure that anybody that's listening in, you understand.
Yes.
All right. When you're ready, your name and address for us, please.
Thank you. My name is Eric Kirschenblatt, 431 Fairlawn Avenue, M5M1T9. I am the agent for 46 Brooke Avenue. My client has lived in the house for the last 20 years, almost 20 years. Kids are growing. The world has changed. They're doing a lot more work from home, hence they have a space compromise. So they love the neighborhood. They don't want to relocate. They love the neighbors. And so they're looking to build a new house. It's sort of a standard, I'll call a standard 2-story house. This particular block in that area, I think several of these lots were developed undersized to the bylaw. There's a lot of bigger houses around the neighborhood, but on this block, they're all 30, 32-foot lots. Hence, we have all these variances that have cropped up. We have adjusted variance 6 and 7, basically through direction from planning, and we now have support from planning, as well as you have lots of letters on file of support from the neighbor. 60 Ridley across the street is basically a new house that was built in the last few years.
Yep.
They went to committee. The neighbors on that block objected, and I think this is why we received a letter from them that they had to object to this one.
All right.
But their house is much larger, as are the houses behind them and around them.
Okay. I may just, I have to ask you, are there any modifications that you would like to make to the public notice? Usually I ask at the onset, but.
Yeah, it was just variances 6 and 7. we reduced a couple of things as per planning request.
Okay, so I got it in front of me, the public notice. Variance number 6, it's for the height of the building. The public notice states 10.919 meters. I presume there's a reduction to that?
Yeah, 10.419.
10.419. Okay. And the variance number 7 has to do with the side main wall height. I presume there's a reduction there as well?
Yeah, and again, I'm just trying to find that exact.
Sure, take your time.
Yeah, it should be in the planning report, which I didn't copy on.
I see 8.63 meters noted in the planning report.
Right, and that's also been reduced by probably 8.36. I don't know if planning can help me out here.
8.63, I see.
Right, is what was requested, and then we reduced it down, I believe, from that 8.6.
No, requested 8.93.
Yes, and we've
then
reduced it to
8.63.
8.6, correct.
Yeah, so 0.3 meters, about a foot.
Right.
Give or take. 8.63, as in line with the recommendations noted in the community planning staff report. So 8.93 to 8.63 for variance number 7.
Yeah, and also, we got a letter from the Ratepayers Association, which I'm a little confused, never contacted the owner.
Right.
And really, if you drive around that neighborhood, you can find this style of house and size house on almost every street in the neighborhood. So we're not asking for anything different.
All right.
And both neighbors adjacent to the property are at full support.
Given their blessing?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, we put the staff report up to see. The AIC was down, so if there's anything you haven't seen, let me know.
No.
I want to make sure that you don't get stuff thrown at you that you're not aware of.
No, we're good. All good.
All right.
I was here a year ago when I brought in a board, and no one objected to it. So that's why I brought it in again.
Okay. Members, any questions? Yes, Mr. Martiari.
Yes, I have a question / concern. Variance number 5. I am quite familiar with this neighborhood. Do you have any precedent with that level entrance at almost 7 feet off the grade?
Yeah, yeah. You want to put? I think it's. I mean, it's all, I believe, based on side yard. I think.
No, my question is, do you have any precedent in the context in the neighborhood that has the same level entrance? Because most of the houses here is either at grade, the entrance, or 4 feet high off the grade. So you're proposing 7 foot entrance. So do you know any other house in the neighborhood with that?
I can probably feed you a list. I know I built 92 and 90 Row Avenue, which has the same heights, and as I say, there's a few. I have a picture of one but I can't show you, of similar height.
Sorry, what number you mentioned? 92?
90 and 92
on
Row.
Brooke Avenue?
Row Avenue.
Row, just one street south.
ROE, yeah.
Probably a recent project.
Yeah, and I have well, I brought a picture of, I believe it's Joycey, 56 or 58, something like that, that also has a similar look and height, and a lot bigger.
Oh, yes, please, Mr. Nittville.
You turned it off.
Oh, your mic.
Pardon me. I share my colleague's concern with variance number 5. I don't see any merit in it as well. But I'd also like to hear your comments on variance number 12. Your proposed building is much, much deeper than the buildings on either side. And then there's a deck attached to it, and the deck extends into the rear yard. That's what variance number 12 is about. Would you like to speak to that?
Correct.
Again, I
So
am concerned for that.
it doesn't show on the site plan, but number 48 has a one-story, a very large one-story addition that comes back to almost the depth of our house.
Okay.
And I was in the house with her, showing this is where we'll be coming to, which sort of
And do they
lined
have a
up.
deck in addition?
They had an integral deck on theirs, but it...
My concern is your deck's extending into the rear yard and you have a very minimal rear yard.
Right. It's really because of the height of the first floor, or you're calling it the second floor, just to get out to be able to have something to eat after, there, barbecue, and then down to the backyard. But yes, we kept it minimal. I feel that we've built much larger decks.
I'm sure there are. I'm not supportive of this deck. I think it's extending into an already minimal backyard. And I also agree with my colleague's concern that the front entrance is substantially higher than the front entrance of adjacent or neighborhood properties.
Right. Yeah, I mean, neighboring properties are original houses. If you want us to draw, I just feel we could drop the front entrance. I was just trying to minimize and equaling stairs going up to the front door and then into the house. Because there are additional stairs inside. But I can drop that front door down.
Other questions?
Are you making any change to the front door?
If it's a request of the committee, we'll
I am
make
not
it.
requesting that one. I'm just questioning because this is something that concerns me, but it's not up to me to make any revision.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy with where the location is because, again, it doesn't add more steps on the inside of the house. And again, I think it's in line with what is in the neighborhood. And it's really because we pulled up for the integral garage. So we've got to
I
get
understand
around that.
but it could be like some steps inside and some
There are
steps
steps inside.
I know, like 3, but
Yeah.
it could be easily like
Yeah.
the design. So.
All right. Other questions? No. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I will. I'll take this into committee now. Brief discussion, followed by a motion. All right. Let's see. We have any other speakers on this item? No. On staff, we don't have anybody. Yeah, I don't have any on my list. Okay, good. Thank you for verifying. Okay, members. Yeah, yeah, we're in
Are we-
committee now. But you can sit down. Thank you.
I can start it off. Overall, I don't have any problem with the application. My only concern is variance number 5. I don't know what my colleagues think. This is, we've approved 5 feet, 6 feet, but this is quite high.
Yeah, over 2 is starts to
Yeah,
get a
it's
lot.
just, and I don't see any similar entrance in the immediate context. But as I said, I don't want to turn down the application because of that, but I don't know what my colleagues think about that.
Like, I share the same concern with that door height. It's a problem because it, as proposed, it then triggers a lot of other things happening on the site, like the decks and you got raised platforms at the rear. Albeit there's not a lot of extension off the rear main wall with the deck. it's not, it's not a massive platform at the rear, but it's certainly up there because of that raised elevation. The first thing that came to mind was just it's tough with the length and depth when you don't have much left at the rear, right? That's always a consideration when you're looking at length and depth variances. Particularly, the adjacencies as well are a little challenging because you've got two existing dwellings on either side. Both are from the original built form of the area. The rear main walls are set pretty far back. So I just, in terms of the number numerically, I would say it's certainly minor. You're looking for just a small incremental increase at the rear. But there's, to my point, I think there's there's little room to go much further back than the as of right in this case before there's not much of a backyard left.
I don't have a lot of problem with the proposal, but I do really have difficulties with variance 5. I'm not prepared to support it. And I also don't agree with variance 12 based on the rear yard. I think we've got to stop making excuses for integral garages and say, if you're going to use an integral garage, you still need to make the site work. I think in this case, those two variances are not warranted. I think otherwise the project is a good one. So I won't be supporting those two variances.
Okay. Mr. Diffel, just to clarify, I understand the front door height. The other variance that you mentioned
has to do with the rear deck. If you look at the site plan,
that's number 50. Which there's a number
12.
Number 12. Okay.
You see the rear yard setback. The deck extends into that, and I just don't think that that's warranted in this case because it's a very small rear yard. So I just personally don't agree with that.
Yeah, it's challenging back there.
Yeah.
As I just said, there's little room for, especially when you maximize the length and then some, little bit with the variance.
Yeah. And I think it's the result of all the other changes that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm supportive of that.
You want to make a motion?
Maybe a motion.
Mr.
Marziari put you on the spot.
Okay. So with the exception of those two variances, Mr. Chairman, I think that this is a supportable application and provides for a reasonable development. I'd like to move that variance number 5 and variance number 12 be refused, but the remainder of the application be approved as modified in conjunction with the Planning Department.
All right. And the as modified was captured via the variances number 6 and 7.
Yeah,
Staff got
changed
that.
them according to.
In line with the planning report. Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Marciari, all in favor? All right, that's unanimous. The application is approved in part and with condition. All right. Item number 30 was deferred. So we're on item number 31, 69 Stewart Avenue. Purpose of the application is to construct a 2-story side and rear addition, a 2nd-story addition, front porch, and rear deck. Variances include rear deck projection, building height, side main wall height, west side yard setback, lot coverage, and driveway width. On file, material from the applicant, form letters in support from area residents, and correspondence with community planning. We have our agent or applicant with us.
Hello, good evening, committee. Can
Good
you hear me?
evening. Yes, we can hear you. Your name and address, please.
My name is Nina Fant of 54 Gwendolyn Avenue. I am the agent and architect for the proposal at 69 Stewart Avenue.
Welcome, Ms. Fan. Thank you for your patience. My understanding that there's some modifications that might be made on the floor today to the public notice?
Yes, if you can pull up the correspondence dated January 28th, 2026, it outlines the changes to the variances that we are requesting. We were originally requesting 6 variances, but after speaking with planning, have decided to eliminate the first 2 and reduce the 3rd and modify the 4th in order to make it a more desirable and appropriate development. The first variance that was dealing with deck height has been eliminated. And with some redesigning, the second variance is also eliminated. We were able to reduce variance 3 of side main wall height down from 7.6 meters to 7.56 meters. So we are asking for an extra 0.06 meters or 2 inches above the allowable. Variance 4 is the west side yard setback. The required is 1.2 meters and we are requesting 0.96 meters. That is a difference of 0.24 meters or 9 inches. We need this variance in order to fit a garage beside the existing bungalow that allows for a car to open its doors when parked. Planning recommended that we request the variance for only the portion of the house that contains the garage, which we agreed to, and we submitted revised drawings. Variance 5 is lot coverage, allowable is 30%, we are requesting 30.52%. And variance 6 is for the driveway, which is an existing condition, and we are asking for 2 inches just to keep that existing condition.
All right.
We did, yep.
Yeah,
We
sorry,
had lots of labor support.
Sorry, go on.
I just wanted to say that we did have lots of neighbor support, even with the original variances requested. And we have 10 letters in the file, and since then obtained 1 more. So we have a total of 11 close neighbors that are supportive of this application. And I do think that's quite minor.
Okay,
especially with all the changes.
So you've seen the community planning report dated Jan 28th, 2026.
Yep.
And in that report, the modifications that you made are in line. But there's also a recommendation that if approval was granted, that the west side yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the revised site plan.
Okay.
Any concern with that request or recommendation from planning staff?
Nope, the changes have already been made to the drawings.
Fantastic. Okay. And attached to that report, we do have a updated site plan noted under attachment number 1. Members, do we require? We've had a bit of a presentation. I know not a fulsome one, but do we require a full presentation on this, or can we move into?
I don't know. Let's go to
committee.
Yeah.
How you doing, Ms. Klein? You're okay? Yeah. All right. Okay, Ms. Fan, if it's all right with you, I think I can take this right into committee.
Great, thank you.
All right, let's move into committee. Mr. Mazzari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's a very good application, and I'm happy that the applicant made this improvement. I think it's definitely a supportable application, meet the 4 tests. So I put forward a motion to approve the application as amended, and also subject to the condition of planning.
All right, do I have a seconder? Yes. Ms. Klein, all in favor? That's unanimous. That application is approved. Item 32, 197 Holmes Avenue. The purpose of this application is to construct a new dwelling. Variances include front yard setback, front stair width, lot coverage, building height, number of stories, main pedestrian entrance height, number of platforms on a rear main wall, front main wall height, rear main wall height, and 2 variances for raised platform areas. On file, material from the applicant, report from community planning, and we have a late drawing set that came in as well. Pull that up. I believe we have some modifications then.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So yeah, variance number 1 to be removed.
Number 1 removed? Yep.
Yes, and number 2 is remain, and number 3 remain. Number 4 is to be removed also. So number 1 and number 4 that is removed because of the staff, and also number 6 we are modifying, modifying the foyer from 1.55 meter to 1.4 meter. Number 7, we are going to remove the number of the balconies variance. 8 and 9 was the error on the zoning notice that is going to be removed too. Yeah, that's it.
All right. The staff, we captured those modifications there. We're good? All right. Okay, so we've got some modifications. Members, I'm going to ask if we require full presentation. We have questions.
There's just a condition in the planning that I just want to make sure that the applicant is aware of.
Yes, I have heard.
You're okay with that?
Yeah.
All right. We okay to move into committee? Or do we want to hear
Do we
a little
have-
bit more on this one?
I don't need it, but is anybody online?
Oh, we do have a neighbor online.
Yeah,
Oh, in
she's-
person. Oh, fantastic.
Because my concern is, does she know what that means and what is the impact?
No, all right. This is very good. Okay. So I will ask. You've gone through the application a little bit with us,
Yes.
taken us through the variances, the modifications, given us some rationale. I know we haven't had a formal 5-minute presentation, but if there's anything you'd like to add, please do so, and I will provide you another opportunity and maybe some questioning just based on.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Niffel, did you?
Mr. Chairman, I wonder, because the neighbor is here, these are there's substantial modifications, and they're, I gather, reflected in the revised drawings that you sent.
Yes.
I wonder if, can we put the revised drawings on the screen so this lady can see them?
Yes, that would be great.
Yes, in the site plan, the only revision that we have is the front porch. The depth of the front porch that is right now complying with the bylaw is 1.5 meter. And these are the only changes on the site plan. If you go to the elevation, I can explain the other changes on the elevation. Yes, here, yeah. So here, so again, the height of the porch is dropped 0. From 1.55 meter to 1.4 meter. So the revision and cloud is on the garage door. You have seen the cloud, yes, over there. Yeah, we have the 1.4 meter height from the established grade to the foyer. And the second floor plan, we remove the balcony on the back. You can see the next page as well. The next page. Yes, here on the right hand top window, we had the balcony and we removed that balcony. So we don't have the second floor balcony. And variance number 8 and 9, I mentioned it was error by the zoning examiner. We comply with the side wall height variance. Yeah, the changes here is reflected, and I don't want to mention because the number is not accurate, but variance number 10, because we reduced the depth of the front porch, the 5.01 square meter is going to be around 4.11 square meter, but I didn't mention here, but it's actually because of the depth is reduction, so the square footage of reduction as well.
And you're providing screening on the rear deck.
Yes, we have to provide because it wasn't on the negotiation that we had with the Mr. Walser about the comments. So at the end, we received this comment from him that we are okay with that condition. And I need to add, this lot is oversized based on the bylaw. The bylaw minimum frontage is 12, this one is 15.25, and we don't have the setback variance. The setback is 1.2 meter, and we have almost 1.85 meter and 1.82 meter, and the majority of the house. Just the front part, we have the 1.2 meter. So we are more improved on the setback with the neighbors, and also the depth, we don't have depth or length variance or rear yard setback, anything. So it's a straightforward application, I believe, is matched with the approved variances in the past. So, and it's appropriate application.
Any questions right now? Does it help, Mr. Netfeld?
It did. I was more concerned that this lady understands what has changed, so, yeah.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, let's hear from, are you neighbor? Sure, come on down to the podium though, so we can get your name and address on the record.
Yeah, so our house, we have six.
Before you get going, give us your name and address.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my name is Jenny Ma, and address is 287 Wilfred Avenue.
All right, so just so we understand, where is your home in relationship to the subject property?
Our backyard is adjacent to their backyard.
Ah, so it's a rear adjacency. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank you. That's helpful. Okay, and tell us why you're here today.
Oh, you know, I was looking at the original notice, right, without the.
Oh, make sure the mic's on.
Yes, it is.
It is good, yeah.
Yeah. So without knowing about the modifications right now, apparently right now am I to understand correctly that number 1, 2, 3, 4 are not a concern anymore, or like modified, and number 10 was modified. I'm just wondering about number 5 too. Number 5 because it was saying that there were going to be 3 stories rather than 2. Is that still true or not?
Yeah, maybe I can provide a little bit of insight. So a lot of times with that variance comes up a lot. And a lot of the times it comes down to what is defined as the first story. So under the bylaw, whatever floor level is closest to grade, so the ground, is considered the first story. So in some cases, it's the basement, because especially when you get these homes with a raised front entrance, that first floor, right, gets further away from the ground floor than the basement level. So in a lot of cases, that what you may consider a first level, that front door entrance, is actually, from a planning standpoint, would be considered a second story. So
Okay, so there is no change in the number of floors, because I guess the basement was, you know, raised, so it's counted as 1 floor?
you got it. And I'll let the agent, if he wants to add to that, I'll let him clarify. But it's misunderstood a lot.
I see. So, yeah, other than that, because, you know, I don't really have experience with these hearings, and I don't necessarily understand everything, but just looking at the numbers, it seems like everything is, you know, taller and longer and bigger, right? And there's also some platforms in the back, which are 2 platforms and some.
Yeah, it was one of the modifications. You're right.
Oh.
There was 2 platforms, and one of the platforms was removed. And again, I want to provide our agent an opportunity to clarify that. But to your point, you know, give yourself some credit. There's 11 variances here, right? So it is, I certainly to a neighbor without any planning experience, it can be a little daunting to try to understand what they're asking for. But that's part of the reason we have these hearings, and we hear from neighbors and then provide an opportunity for applicants to respond and clarify some of the concerns. So, sir, with that, perhaps you would like to?
Yes, of course. The number, thank you for explanation about the number of the story, as you see on the drawing A3-1. So on the section that we provided, if we drop the basement 11 inches lower, just a deeper basement, so we don't have the number of the story variance, and we don't have the variance for the size of the first floor deck, and we don't have the variance for number of the balcony, just for 11 inches more drop on the basement, so we need to have these variances. It's the technical, it's the definition of the bylaw that we have this kind of the variances.
Sure, sure, just address it towards us.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
No problem. I appreciate the explanation for your immediate neighbor there.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're welcome.
I'll ask my colleagues, sorry, and before I get to that, is there anything else you'd like to add in response?
Yeah, I explained everything about her comments. So comments about the balcony. So
Yeah.
the size of the rear deck is because of the first floor is a second floor, and the maximum 4 square meter for second floor balcony in the bylaw. But actually the deck is on the main floor, technically, so we have these variances. And
Understood.
yeah.
Okay. Members, any last questions before we take this into committee? All right, thank you. You can sit down. Okay, last item of the day. Let's go to committee. Let's get it started.
I can start it.
Mr. Marziari.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the applicant has come a long way with the changes. It's definitely a supportable application to me. So I'm ready to make a motion if my colleagues don't have any comments. So I put forward a motion to approve this application as amended with inclusion of the planning condition of the OPAC screening up to 1.5 meters
From
the deck level.
from the deck floor,
Deck floor, yes.
the floor of the deck.
And I don't see any condition.
Okay. Substantially in accordance with? Is there any, do we need that on the privacy screening? Or there's no, we're not tying to any drawings?
No, there's no drawing to be tied.
All right, retract my comment. All right, we've got a motion from Mr. Marziari. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Mr. Niffill, all in favor of that? That's unanimous. We have an approval. All right. Have a good night, everybody. The time is now 6:48 p.m. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
All right, thank you. We have a motion to adjourn. Can I get a seconder to Ms. Klein, Mr. Niffill? All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you very much. Thank you, staff. Thank you, members. We are terminated for the evening. Does it matter?